give me a thumbs up. Done. Thanks a lot. Let's start. So yesterday what we have discussed, right? Yesterday's class, what we have covered. We covered the reminder part of the banking chapter, right? What we have discussed yesterday, we started with concept of cooperative banks. Please read about it. Cooperative banking in India, right? What we have discussed, the regulation of cooperatives, right? That is from 1966. All those cooperatives which had a paid up capital of more than 1 lakh rupees were brought under the regulation of Reserve Bank of India. But despite this, there was one concern. The concern was that cooperatives have elections, and the people who are managing the cooperatives may or may not be experts in the banking sector. And we have seen multiple times the banks incurring losses. Now this happens because there's a dual regulation. Dual regulation means what? RBI will regulate banking aspects, but all the other administrative part of the cooperative comes under Register of Cooperative Societies. That is a precise reason. That's a precise reason there is a concept of dual regulation. Now, in order to improve the management of the cooperative banks, Government of India has amended Banking Regulation Act of 2020. And there has been an implementation of this Amendment Act. Under this Banking Regulation Amendment Act of 2020, what we have done is we have given more and more powers to Reserve Bank of India. That is, now we have divided the activities in the cooperative. Whatever banking activities are there, there is one more authority which is appointed by Board of Directors to oversee the functions of these activities. For example, I told you collection of deposits, extension of the branches, recovery of NPAs, etc., etc. For all of this, now we have one more authority to oversee these functions. That is basically the Board of Management. Board of Management composition is at least 5 members and maximum is 12 members. In addition to the MD, there will be at least 5 members and maximum is 12. And these are experts. These are simply the experts who will take care of the banking activities side of the cooperative banking. In addition to this, Reserve Bank of India can propose amalgamation of these banks. If they feel that the cooperative banking management is not proper, it's not working in the interest of the depositors, they can overtake the management, that is Board of Directors. Functions can be overseen by Reserve Bank of India, etc. After that, we have discussed RRBs, regional rural banks. A committee was set up. Narsimham Committee 1975 recommended we should have RRBs. Government of India passed RRB Act, introduced RRBs. And after that, we are seeing these RRBs which are focused on 1 or 2 districts, providing a lot of these banking services specifically to the people in these districts. For example, agriculture sector will be the focus here, Small industries will be the focus here. Weaker sections of the society will be the focus. That's a reason for RRBs PSL is 75%. So we have introduced the concept of RRBs to achieve these objectives. There has been a spread of RRBs, but over a period of time, RRBs, the spread has become very high. They are not able to mobilize deposits. They are incurring losses, And that's the reason I told you one of the reforms now, consolidation is taking place. Couple of decades ago, the number of RRBs were very, very high, more than 100. But today, if you check the data, only around 43 RRBs are present in India. And I told you one more reform also. Government of India now is allowing these RRBs to get listed in the market so that they'll be able to raise the capital. Then we have discussed NABFID, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure Development. It's basically a development finance institution which will provide long-term loans for the development of infrastructure projects. Government, through the passage of an act, has set up NABFID. 100% of NABFID will be owned by the Government of India as of now. But over a period of time, government has stated we will reduce the ownership. From 100%, we'll reduce the ownership to 26%. So what is the advantage? What is the benefit? What is the concern, etc., etc.? All of that we have discussed. And then we have discussed NBFCs, non-banking financial companies. NBFCs, basically, what are these NBFCs? These are certain financial institutions which are registered under the Companies Act, not under the Banking Regulation Amendment or Banking Regulation Act of 1949, not under that, under the Companies Act. right? These will get registered with RBI, get the certificate from RBI, will provide lot of these financial services to the customers. But these are not exactly banks. How? The differences we have discussed yesterday, right? Banks can collect, let's say, demand deposits. NBFCs are not allowed to do that. Banks can collect different types of term deposits. NBFCs maximum 60 months, right? Banks are part of payment settlement system. NBFCs are not part of the payment settlement system. Add one more point there. Add one more point. Again, it's just a logical extension of what we have discussed. Do you think the deposits that you keep with NBFC are insured? Start answering. We have started with the class now. Do you think the deposits that you keep with NBFCs, do you think these are insured? Sir, what do you mean by insured? Do you remember the concept of DICGC? Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation, right? Any term deposit, let's say Reliance Capital has issued a product to you, right? Maturity of 5 years. That's a term deposit, right? Do you think that particular amount that you have invested in that term deposit, it is insured by DICGC? Absolutely no, right? Why? Answer is simple. These are not banks. I hope you understand, right? The answer is very simple, because these are not banks. DICGC will provide this insurance service only to the banks, right? NBFCs are non-banks. Name itself will suggest there, these are non-banks. Done? Then we have seen the questions related to the concepts in the banking. Now today, let's start with a new chapter, Budget and Finance Commission. One more very important aspect of fiscal policy, Budget and Finance Commission. To begin with, I hope you remember the concept of fiscal policy. The term fiscal policy refers to what? It refers to the actions or the policies of the government related to expenditure, taxation to achieve objectives. I hope you understand this, right? In fact, in taxation chapter, I've defined it. It is there in the slide. What is a fiscal policy? It is a policy of government wherein government will use taxation as well as expenditure to achieve objectives. What kind of objectives? Let's say promotion of growth, reduction in, let's say, poverty, promotion of employment, promotion of industrialization, etc., etc., etc. So under the fiscal policy, today we'll have a discussion regarding budgeting as well as finance commission. Budgeting as well as financing commission or finance commission. Now, what are the points we'll be covering? What are the important concepts related to budget? Process of the passage of the budget accounts as well as deficits, FRBM Act and Encasing Committee, then the concept of public debt. Okay, and after that, we'll have a discussion regarding Finance Commission as well, the basic points regarding Finance Commission, and finally, 15th Finance Commission. 15th Finance Commission is in the process of being implemented right now. We'll discuss regarding 15th FC. Now, let me start. What are the basic points related to budget first? What do you mean by the term budget? Remember these particular points. The term budget is not mentioned in the Constitution of India. The term budget is not mentioned in the Constitution. Please be very careful. It has been asked in UPSC prelims once. The term budget is not mentioned in the Constitution of India. Now, what is mentioned in the Constitution of India? Under Article 112, there is a term called as Annual Financial Statement. Annual Financial Statement, AFS. And it is under the Annual Financial Statement that Constitution says annually the Union government will submit certain financial documents to the Parliament. So that's a point number one. Point number two, when is the Union budget presented? Now focus on Union budget. Whenever I use the term budget in the class discussion, assume by default budget, right? That is Union budget, right? So do not worry about state government budget, because there are more than 20 states in India. I hope you understand. Some of you will counter question me, sir, why should I not read every state budget? My dear, there are more than 20 states in India. Do you have sufficient time to read all the states' budgets? Let's assume you have time. Let's assume you have time. Do you think you'll be able to remember all the points in all the states' budgets? Right? So don't worry, don't worry. But if you're writing a state government exam, please read your respective state government budget. Now come back to this. The Union budget is presented on the first working day of February. Union budget is presented on the first working day. First working day. Right? What do you mean by first working day? Because government knows some of you will ask this question. If I simply write first day of February, some of you will ask me a question, sir, what if 1st of February is a Sunday? What if 1st of February is a holiday? Then what you will do? Right? That's the reason government says it will be the first working day of February when it will be presented. Okay. Now, earlier what was the process? Before 2016 and 17, we used to present the budget on the last working day. I'll write it below. Earlier, it was the last working day of February. Now, it is the first working day. Why the government has changed it? Why has there been a shift in the presentation of the budget? Right? The reason is simple here. All of you remember the concept of financial year? Financial year. Financial year basically will start on the 1st of April. Financial year will start on the 1st of April. Okay. Now, imagine you are on the 28th of February. Just a hypothetical example. I hope you understand. I'll put a hashtag. Hypothetical. Okay. So 28th of February, you are presenting the budget. Which year? You don't worry. So what if it's a leap year? Then 29th February. Right. So 20th February, imagine it's a last working day. You're presenting the budget. Early morning, I'm making you finance minister. Enjoy. You are the finance minister. You're presenting it on 28th February. Then there is a process to be followed. There is a process. It has to be passed in Lok Sabha, sent to Rajya Sabha. Discussion will happen in Rajya Sabha. Right. And then sent to President of India. Once the President of India will sign, you are allowed to withdraw the money. What if by the time the whole process is over, you are on, let's say, 1st of May? Look at the problem here. What if all of this process is over and by the time you reach this process, end of the process, it is 1st of May? Can I say that you have already entered into next financial year? You have already entered into next financial year. And until unless you receive the assent of the president, until unless you receive the signature of the president, you are not allowed to withdraw the money for expenditure purposes. So can you see the problem here? Can you see the problem? Right. So Government of India looked at it and said, okay, in such cases, what we will do is we will not present, right? We will not present the budget on the 28th of February, that is last working day. We will basically present it on the first working day of February. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you have revised the budget, you have read it here in Polity, etc. You are giving me recommendations. But sir, there is a vote on account, right? A certain amount you will be allowed to withdraw, etc., etc. My dear, all of that basically complicates the process. I hope you understand. Basically complicates the process. Let me add one more point here, right? Those who are asking me this question, let me know, when does the monsoon start in India? And it will happen, right? In a couple of months, you will experience it. When does the monsoon start? Generally in the first week of June. Generally in the first week of June, right? First week. Now, on the 1st of May, imagine you are allowed to withdraw the funds. Now you will allocate the funds to the state governments to develop certain irrigation projects. To develop certain, right, let's say, right, rainwater harvesting projects. Do you think 1 month is sufficient to do all of it? I hope you understand. Do you think 1 month is sufficient to do all of it? Right. So that's the reason I generally don't enter into all of these technicalities. Planning is very difficult. Right. The allocation of the funds was erratic because of all of this. So Government of India decided, let's do away with all of it. What we will do is, we will simply shift the budget presentation day to the 1st of, or let's say first working day of February. And we will ensure that by the time we enter into the next financial year, budget will be passed and, right, the governments will get the funds. That is second very important point. Third very important point, right, follow this carefully. Third very important point, whenever you talk about the budget, there are two very important documents in the budget. Two very important documents. There are multiple documents. there is a summary document, there are FRBM documents, there are tax expenditure documents. Multiple documents are there, but focus on two very important documents now. One is appropriation bill. One is appropriation bill. And the second one is, right, the finance bill. One is appropriation bill, second one is the finance bill. And both of them are treated like money bills only. And both of them are money bills. Now, in polity, I'm pretty sure you have learned about what is the importance of money bill. Now, some of you might simply say, sir, I joined yesterday. Don't worry, polity will happen again. Do not worry about it. But what is the importance of all of this? Appropriation bill will give you details about how much money will be withdrawn by the government for expenditure purposes. Appropriation bill will give you details about how much money will be withdrawn. Withdrawn from where? Consolidated Fund of India. Consolidated Fund of India. CFI, Consolidated Fund of India. From the Consolidated Fund of India, if Government of India wants to withdraw even single rupee, they want to take out even single rupee, first they need the approval of Parliament. That is a precise reason the appropriation bill will consist of details of all the expenditures which are going to be incurred by government in the next one financial year. What about the finance bill? In the finance bill, Government of India will give you details about how much income they are going to collect in the next one financial year. How much is the total income? Right? That is how much money the government will be collecting in the next 1 year. In what way? Government will collect the money in the form of taxes. Government will sell the assets owned by Government of India, such as Air India, LIC, etc., etc. And government will also borrow money from the market. So have a look at this. On one side, the appropriation bill will give you the details of all the expenditures that the government will incur, why it is required. Because as per the Constitution of India, if government wants to take out even a single rupee from the consolidated fund, first they need to take the approval of the Parliament. Then there is a finance bill. The finance bill will give you the details of all the income sources for Government of India, such as taxes. These could be direct taxes, these could be indirect taxes, right? These could be the amount of money that the government will collect by selling the ownership of the companies. It could be representing even amount of borrowing done by the government in order to meet the expenditures. Done? So this is two very important documents within the budget. Next very important point. The concept of timing of the budget. The concept of timing of the budget. When is the budget presented? Generally at 11 a.m. The budget is presented at 11 a.m. on the first working day of February. Is it mentioned in the Constitution of India? Think of it. How many of you think the timing is mentioned in the Constitution of India? Absolutely no. The timing is also not mentioned in the Constitution of India. In fact, earlier, before 2000, government used to announce budget in the evening. And there have been instances where, right, very, very old times, we have announced the budgets in the night also. Right? But what Government of India decided now, let's not announce it in the evening. Let's bring it back. Let's keep it at 11 a.m. Again, this is not mentioned in the Constitution of India. It is not mentioned. Fifth very important point. Can the government every year announce a budget? Right? Understand this carefully. Can the government every year announce a full-fledged budget? And when I say full budget, what is the meaning of it? Full budget simply means you are giving details about all the expenditures you are going to incur, and you are also giving details about all the revenue sources. That is called as a full budget. But next year, right, I hope you understand, next year elections are there. I hope all of you know that. Next year, 2024, elections are there. Now, generally elections are conducted in the month of April and May, and a government will be formed after that. Now, look at this very carefully. In the month of February, you are announcing a budget. You are announcing a budget. Budget for which year? Budget for which year? Are you announcing the budget for the current financial year? Think of this. In the month of February, you are announcing the budget. Are you announcing the budget for the current financial year? Absolutely no. Current financial year means, I'll take a simple example. 1st February 2023. I'm taking the upcoming budget itself. That is next year's budget. Upcoming budget. 1st February 2023. What is the financial year? In which financial year you are there? You are there in the financial year 23. Agreed? You are in the financial year 23. Are you announcing the budget for the current financial year? No. You are going to announce the budget for the next financial year, that is financial year 24. So in the month of February, you are announcing a budget for the next financial year. What if in the next financial year, there is one more government formed? What if there is one more government, right, which is formed after elections is done? Don't you think there is a conflict here? Don't you think there is a issue here? That is the precise reason whenever there is an election year like this, whenever there is an election year, there are two possibilities. There are two possibilities. The two possibilities are, one, the government might simply announce interim budget. Government might simply announce interim budget. What is this interim budget? It's an indicator that there is an election which is going to happen, and after the election, one more budget can be announced. But the speciality about the interim budget is that just like a normal budget, in the interim budget, every detail is provided. I hope you understand this. Just like a normal budget. What do you mean by normal budget? A full budget. Just like a normal budget, a full detail about expenditure as well as revenues for next 1 year will be provided. Sir, is it binding on the new government? Imagine one party is there which is announcing on the 1st of February, which has formed the government. Elections are over. Another party will form the government after elections. Is it binding on the second party or the second government to abide by the interim budget? No. The new government, right, that is the second government, can formulate their own budget. That is called as a mid-year budget after the election. But why do we call it as an interim budget? It's an indicator that in that year there is going to be elections. And just like a normal budget, in the interim budget, government will announce a full expenditures as well as full of revenues for full financial year. Now this is one option. There is one more option available. One more option is vote on account. One more option available is vote on account. Now what is this vote on account? In the vote on account, we are not going to announce for full financial year expenses as well as the revenues. For full financial year, we will not announce it. What we do is, we'll simply allow part of the expenditures, that is 2 months worth of expenditures or 1/6 of the expenditure, to be withdrawn by the government. Right, 1/6 of the expenditures, right, whatever is the expenditure required for full year, only around 1/6 of the expenditure, that is for 2 months, we will allow the government to withdraw the funds. What is the use of this? For 2 months, we'll take care of expenditures, and after that, a new government will be there. The new government will announce, right, the budget. These are the two options which are available, but the difference is important. Question has already been asked on this. Please be careful. Interim budget, just like a normal budget. For full year, we will announce it. Right? Whereas in case of vote on account, we will not announce, right, the full budget. We'll simply take care of expenditure side. We'll simply take care of expenditure side. That's it. And once the new government is formed, now they have the power to make a new budget for the remainder part of the year. Okay, so Again, sir, is it compulsion that they should use one or two? Absolutely no. It's entirely the prerogative of the government. I hope you understand. You cannot tell the government next year, for example, next year, you cannot tell the government you will have to go for vote on account. Absolutely no. There is no compulsion on it. You cannot tell the government you will have to do interim budget only. Again, no, there is no compulsion. Government will decide it. For example, back in 2019, right, for some of you are asking, sir, was there interim budget earlier? Yes. In 2019, government announced interim budget itself. Before the elections, government announced interim budget. So next year, they might announce interim budget. They might announce vote on account, but I expect they will go with interim budget. I expect they will go with interim budget. Okay, why? You already know the answer to that. Right? Because again, don't write all of this in the exams. Now come to the next point. Come to the next point. Right? Whenever you talk about the budget documents here, whenever you talk about budget documents, generally you will see that 3 years a data is given. Follow this carefully. It's easy, but some of you will get stuck up in the numbers. Follow this carefully. Whenever you look at the budget documents, I'll show you documents, don't worry. I'll show you certain data, not required. You don't have to by heart. But what you will generally see is the data for 3 years is given. The data for 3 years is given. Sir, what do you mean by the data for 3 years? Follow this. On the 1st of February 2023, 1st of February 2023, budget was announced. All of you know this. On the 1st of February 2023, budget was announced. For which year? For which year the budget was announced? The budget was announced for the next financial year. The budget was announced for next financial year. And what is the next financial year? Financial year 24. Okay, financial year 24. That is the time period which will start from 1st April 2023, will end on 31st March of 2024. That is the time period. Okay, right. So have a look at this. In the financial year 2024, for financial year 2024, we will announce the budget. We will announce the budget. Okay, next financial year. Come to the second point now. When you are announcing, you are in which year? You are in the financial year 23. You are in the financial year 23. And what is the previous financial year? The previous financial year is a financial year 2022. Any difficulty here? I hope you understand. Financial year 2022 is the previous financial year. It is over. We are there in financial year 23 and we are announcing for financial year 24. Now we'll simply call these numbers as estimates. We'll simply call these numbers as estimates. Right? These are estimates. Why these are called as estimates? How many of you know exactly how much income tax will the government collect in next one financial year? Let me know. Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, I know exactly how much rupees will be collected by the government in next 1 year. I know that. Nobody knows that. Right? If you say yes, right, please do let me know your mobile number. I'll forward it to Finance Minister. Okay, so we'll simply estimate it. We will simply estimate it. Now, can we say that financial year 22 is over? Is it okay? Can we say that financial year 22 is over? Can you collect income taxes in financial year 22 now? Think of it. You are in fiscal 23. Can you collect taxes in the financial year 22? Can you spend more money in financial year 22? It's not possible. Why? We have already crossed the threshold. That is financial year 22 is over. Unless you are part of the Avenger ensemble, you cannot do that. Right? So argument is simple. Financial year 22, you cannot change anything now. I will call this data as actuals. I will call the data for financial year 22 as actuals. What about financial year 23? What about financial year 23? Is it over? Right? Think of it. Is it over even today? I hope you understand. We are in the month of March. Is it over even today? Absolutely no. So for financial year, for fiscal 23, we have estimates. We have estimates which was announced as a part of the budget. We will also have revised estimates. We have estimates which is called as a budget estimate. And in addition to the budget estimate, we will also have revised estimate. How many of you think revised estimates is equal to actuals? Just think of it. How many of you believe that revised estimates is nothing but actuals? Is there anyone who says, sir, both are one and the same? Absolutely no. Why? We are in the month of March, 23rd March. By the way, today's date. We are on 23rd March. Did we finish? Did we complete financial year 23? Have we completed financial year 23? No. Right? That is the precise reason you have announced budget estimates. You have budget estimates. But when you announced budget estimates for the current financial year, you wanted to collect income taxes worth 1 lakh crore rupees. But as of now, you have collected only 88,000 crore rupees. You do not know by the end of financial year how much money you are going to collect. Right? So that's the reason. Have a look at this. We are in the fiscal 23. We have budget estimates for the current year. We will revise them. But this is not actual because we are yet to finish financial year 23. Next year, we are announcing the estimates for the next year. These are called as budget estimates. The previous financial year, it is already over. Previous financial year is already over. We cannot change anything in the previous financial year. We'll simply call this as actuals. We'll simply refer to this as actuals. So we are on the 1st of February 2023. The preceding financial year data is called as actuals. The next year, the one which will come next year, we will simply refer to this as budget estimates. And for the current financial year, we will have two datas which is called as a budget estimates as well as revised estimates. These are the three sets of data, or let's say the three financial year data that you generally come across in the budget document. Can I show it? Let me show the picture to you. Do not worry about it. Do not by heart it also. For example, have a look at this. Have a look at the table here. Do you need to by heart anything from the table? Please do not waste your time. Table is not needed. But this is the data which was announced by the government on the 1st of February. On the 1st of February 2023. Now, next financial year, budget estimates. Can everybody see that? The previous financial year, right, we have actuals. For the current financial year, we have two. One is a budget estimates. Second one is revised estimates. So, three financial year data is provided whenever you look at the budget documents. Done? Right, so these are certain very important points regarding the concept of budgeting in India. The idea of, right, concept of budgeting in India. Done? Can I go forward now? Certain more concepts. Although they have written the term types of budget, these are more concepts related to budget. Concepts related to budget. First one is gender budgeting. Second one is zero-based budgeting. Third one is outcome budgeting. Or before that, I'll discuss this, don't worry. Before this, there are three more concepts here. One is called as a surplus budget. One is called as a surplus budget. Second one is balanced budget. Third one is a deficit budget. Okay, one is surplus budget. Second one is a balanced budget. Third one is a deficit budget. What do you mean by surplus budget? Whenever incomes collected by the government, I'm using the term incomes, they will use a technical term, receipts. I've written it here, please have a look at it. Whenever incomes means what? Receipts. The receipts collected by the government is higher than the expenditure incurred by the government. Whenever the receipts collected by the government is greater than the expenditure collected by the government, that is called as a surplus budget. What is a balanced budget? Whenever receipts are equal to the expenditure of the government. Whatever money you are spending, same amount of money you are earning. That is balanced budget. What about deficit budget? Whenever the receipts are smaller compared to the expenditures. Whenever the receipts are smaller compared to expenditures, that is called as a deficit budget. Now, based on the discussion that we have been having in the last, let's say, 10 classes, you tell me, does India have 1, 2, or 3? Let me check. We have discussed this, by the way. Right? I'll tell the context also. Right? What does India follow? Does India have 1, 2, or 3? India has 3. India has a deficit budget. India follows a 3, and there is a reason for it. Right? Is it bad for India? Not necessarily. Understand this. India is a developing country. All of you will agree? India is a developing country. And because you are a developing country, the expense requirement will be very, very high. Government needs to incur a lot of expenditure. That is a precise reason, right? We have a deficit budget in India. Right? We have discussed this. I'll tell you the context when we were discussing functions of RBI. Functions of Reserve Bank of India. I told you budget is announced, expenditure is greater than the receipt, hence government will borrow, how RBI will help, etc., etc., etc. We have discussed all of it. Now let's continue. Let's continue with the discussions now. The concept of gender budgeting. The idea of gender budgeting. For the first time in case of India, the concept of gender budgeting was introduced from 2005 and 2006. But what do you mean by gender budgeting? What do you mean by gender budgeting? In case of India, as per the census of 2011, around 48% of the population is women population. Is it okay? Just slightly higher than this. Right? Some of you start looking in the Google and start correcting me. As per the census of 2011, just a little bit over 48% of the total population in India is female population or women population. But the problem is that the number of jobs which are created in India, most of the jobs are taken up by male employees. Most of the children that go to school in India are boys. Most of, let's say the income that is generated in case of India, it goes to the male population. Right? So look at this. Almost 48 to 49% of the population is female population. But in terms of the benefits in the economy, right, be it in terms of getting access to nutrition, be it in terms of getting access to, let's say, education, getting access to jobs, etc., etc., it is always the other side, that is the male population, which is better compared to women. Again, when I say which is better, do not take it in a negative sense. They have better access to nutrition. Let me give you a data regarding this in the economic survey, and this is said by economic survey, not me. How many of you seen the houses in a rural part of India where there is a limited availability of food, but the food is first eaten by male population of the house, then whatever is left out, female population will eat it. Am I correct or not? Right? Do not look at only your house and tell me. I hope you understand. Do not only look at your house and argue with me, right? This is what economic survey says. Or else I'll give you one more example. Imagine going to schools, poor houses, children being sent to school. If there's a boy and girl, don't you think the poor household will hold the girl back so that work of the house can be done and the boys can be sent to the school? Yes or no? Collection of wood, right? Taking cattle to the grazing field, etc., etc., cleaning the house, etc., etc. Again, you can argue with me, right? I don't have any issues. You can argue with me, but I'm not making up stories here. I'm telling you the data from economic survey, right? So argument is simple. government now should ensure that whenever expenses are incurred by the government, there is a promotion of gender equity. There is a promotion of gender equity. Now, what do you mean by the term equity here? Equity simply means fairness. Equity simply means fairness. Government should always be fair, not equal. Government should always be fair. Sir, what is the meaning of it? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine there are two people in the economy. A earns, right, let's say 100 rupees per day. B earns, let's say 10,000 rupees per day. Two people per day. A is earning 100 rupee. B is earning 10,000 rupee. How many of you think if government will provide assistance, both of them should be given equal assistance? Just become, right, an economist now. How many of you think that government will provide assistance? For example, free food grains, LPG subsidy, housing assistance, etc. So how many of you think that government should treat everyone equally in the market, and whatever assistance is given to A, same assistance should be given to B? Right? Can B run to Supreme Court of India, say this is violation of my fundamental right? Of course, no, it doesn't make sense. Why? A is at a much higher disadvantageous position compared to B. So don't you think government of India should provide more assistance to A compared to B? That is fairness. That is equity. I hope you understand. That is basically nothing but the fairness, and that is nothing but maintaining or promoting equity in the economy. So now we have established, the fact is simple, we have established that, right? Have a look at this. There is no fairness in the context of the male as well as female population in the economy. Why? There is a differing access to services such as education, healthcare, nutrition for both of them. Right? Male population gets first access, female population, girl children get the second access. Second one, it is the duty of the government to protect the weaker section. Is it not? Think of it. Is it not the duty of the government to protect women population in India, promote empowerment of women in India, etc., etc.? Third one, it will also promote a better utilization of labor. I'll give a very simple example. All of you heard of textile industry? Textile industries, right? That is basically the industry where clothes are produced. All of you heard of, right, let's say the healthcare sector, aviation. Now tell me, which type of workers are more preferred in these kind of industries? I hope you understand. What kind of workers are preferred? Male workers or female workers? Women workers? All of you will agree? Female workforce is actually demanded in these kind of sectors. Why? That is a requirement of the sector. That's a requirement of the sector. So understand the logic here. What if I provide skilling to women in India? What if I ensure education is available to women, let's say girl children in India? Nutrition is available. Don't you think this sector will be able to leverage these labor resources? These sectors will be able to utilize these labor resources in a much better way. That is one more reason why we promote the idea of gender budgeting. And finally, it has been found by various surveys, even Government of India accepts this. It has been found by various surveys that whenever women are empowered, either through education, skilling, jobs, etc., etc., right, the incidences against women, violence against women goes down. Right, so these are some of the reasons why government will adopt or has adopted concept of a gender budgeting starting 2005 and 2006. Now, how do you define gender budgeting? What is the definition of gender budgeting? Right, have a look at this. It is an exercise where government will plan, government will allocate funds, government will execute various schemes as well as evaluate all the schemes. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. What do you mean by gender budgeting? Gender budgeting is an exercise. For example, current financial year as well as next financial year, we have a budget. In these budgets, government will announce a certain amount of fund for women, will allocate these funds for certain schemes, will implement the schemes, and will also evaluate what is the effectiveness of these schemes. So this whole exercise of allocation, right, let's say execution, evaluation, this is called as gender budgeting. This is referred to as gender budgeting. Why do we do this? Why should we follow this gender budgeting? Reason we have discussed, and can I say one more very important reason is to hold the government accountable. Think of this, right? Can I say that government, whenever they announce a budget, we should look at the gender budgeting as well to hold the government accountable, right? Sir, why should you hold the government accountable? Various governments will keep on telling that we should promote women empowerment. We should promote education amongst girl children. We should provide schooling for girl children. But is the government of India doing enough for it? Are they simply walking the talk? Right? That is, they are simply talking, but are they doing anything regarding this? Right? This is basically holding the government accountable through the concept of, right, the gender budgeting. Done? So these are some of the concepts or some of the points regarding gender budgeting. What has been the situation in India? What has been the situation in case of India? This graph represents, do not by heart the graph, right? Don't take scale and start measuring how much centimeter it has gone down, how much centimeter it has increased. No, please don't waste your time. What you generally see is, over a period of time, the allocation for the government or allocation done by the government under gender budgeting has varied. It has never remained constant, it has varied. But the worrisome trend, which most of the experts will point out, the worrisome trend is, it has averaged around 5%. It has simply averaged around 5%. What do you mean by 5% here? Imagine in 1 year, government will allocate totally 10,000 crore rupees for expenditure. For 1 year, the allocation in the budget is how much? 10,000 crore rupees. If I say 5% is the gender budgeting, 5% of it, 5% of this total expenditure is allocated for gender budgeting. That turns out to be how much? 500 crore rupees out of 10,000 crore rupees has been allocated for gender budgeting. So you generally see that it has been averaging around 5%. But experts argue that we should increase it. You want the women to get access to better skilling facilities. You want the women to get better jobs in the market. You want the women, right, to get access to nutrition, earn better, empower women better, then increase the allocation. Implement more and more schemes or increase the allocation within the schemes itself so that we can empower more women. Right, so this is how the variation has happened over a period of time. Again, don't by heart the variation. Variation is not needed. Right, just remember it has been around 5%. And have a look at the graph here. It has started from 2005 and 6, and this is for the next financial year. I hope you understand. This is the latest data. This is the latest data. 23-24 is going to start now after a couple of days. So for the next financial year, out of the total budgetary allocation, only around 5% of it has been allocated by the government for gender budgeting. Now, when you say 5% is allocated, right? For example, look at this number. Look at the number here. Total allocation is how much? 10,000 crore. For gender budgeting, how much is allocated? 500 crore. Now, how the funds will be utilized? Right? What do you mean by allocation here? How the funds will be utilized here? These funds will be utilized for implementing two types of schemes. Remember this. There are two types of schemes under which the funds will be utilized by the respective agencies. These two schemes are divided into two. These two schemes are Part A scheme and Part B scheme. Is it okay? I'm saying that whatever the funds are allocated, these funds are allocated for two types of schemes. One is called as a Part A, second one is called as a Part B. Sir, what do you mean by Part A? What do you mean by Part B? I'll come to this, don't worry. Please look at this. Do not by heart the whole picture here, not needed. Please look at it. Part A schemes are those schemes wherein whatever the funds are allocated, whatever is the scheme in which funds are allocated, 100% of the funds are used only for women. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. The Part A scheme will consist of those schemes where whatever money is allocated, all the money, that is scheme, basically covers only women. Sir, any example of schemes where only women are beneficiaries? They have given examples here. Have a look at it. Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme. How many of you think widow pension scheme should cover male population as well? Think of it. The term itself is a widow pension scheme. Right? So widow pension scheme obviously should cover only women. So whatever money is allocated, let's say out of 500 crore rupees, let's say out of 500 crore, just a hypothetical example here. Out of 500 crore rupees, let's say for this scheme, 20 crore is allocated. For this scheme, right, 20 crore is allocated. Now, can I simply say 100% of the allocation is for women? Think of it and let me know. 100% of the allocation done in the scheme is only for women. So when you say Part A scheme, these will cover those schemes where only women are beneficiaries. So that whatever is the money allocated, right, it should be going only for women. What about Part B schemes? What about the schemes which are classified under Part B? In Part B, right, wherever the schemes will allocate 30% of the funds for women, those schemes where 30% of the funds will be used for women, these are called as Part B schemes. Now, some of you will find a problem here and ask me, sir, what if allocation is less than 30%? That is, whatever funds are allocated, less than 30% are used for women, right? Are these covered here? Answer is no. Right? Reason is only a part of the paltry amount is allocated. So in that case, even if 1% is allocated, can we keep on counting it? If 0.2% is allocated, can we keep on counting it as a part of gender budgeting? Answer is no. At least 30%. Where at least 30% of the funds are allocated, more than 30%, these will be covered under Part B schemes, and 100% of the funds allocated used for women, that will be called as Part A schemes. Any example of Part B scheme, example is there right in front of you. Please have a look at it. Right? Please have a look at it. Remember one or two examples on both the sides, just to be sure if at all a question is asked, you will have sufficient data. Then, and for the current financial year, how much has been allocated? Sorry, next financial year. My mistake, not current financial year. Next financial year. How much has been allocated? 2.23 lakh crore rupees. 2.23 lakh crore rupees. 2.23 trillion rupees has been allocated under the gender budgeting for the next financial year. Now, how much of these funds, let's say 2.23 lakh crore rupees, how much of these funds will go for, right, Part A? How much of these will go to Part B? Right? Generally, remember this. Generally, the observation is that most of the funds, most of these funds which are allocated under gender budgeting is going under Part B schemes. I repeat, generally that is a trend. You can see in the graph also. Generally, the observation is that most of the funds which are allocated under gender budgeting go into Part B schemes. A small part of it go into Part A schemes. Right, sir, how much? Right, for 23 and 24, please have a look at it. For 23 and 24, the allocation, it's smaller than 40%. The allocation for Part A schemes is less than 40%, and remaining more than 60%. More than 60% will go for Part B schemes itself. More than 60% is for Part B, and less than 40% is for Part A. This is the observations. Please be very careful. Right? Questions has been asked on this. One mains question was asked on the concept of gender budgeting in the last 5 years. Prelims questions have not come from here, but they can ask you. They can simply ask you. Okay. So this is the discussion regarding gender budgeting. Let me go to the next one. Concept of outcome budgeting. Concept of outcome budgeting. Now, what do you mean by outcome budgeting? Let me show you a picture. First, let me show you a picture. Is the picture needed for civil services examination? No. Do you need to by heart it? Please don't waste your time. Sir, then why have you given the picture? You're simply wasting my time. Absolutely no. Look at the picture first. Look at the table. Can you see, right, a concept here? That is, they have mentioned centrally sponsored scheme and central sector scheme. Centrally sponsored scheme and central sector scheme. What do you mean by centrally sponsored scheme? Right, remember this. Whenever the scheme is announced by the center, union, but the funds, whatever funds are needed for the scheme, the funds are shared between center and state. I'll repeat it again. Announcement is done by the center, but the funds for the implementation of the scheme is shared between center and state. This is called as centrally sponsored scheme. This is called as a centrally sponsored scheme. Whereas a scheme is announced by the union, whatever are the funds required, all the funds are spent by the central government. That is called as a central sector scheme. Is it okay? Centrally sponsored means there is a sharing between center and state. Right? There are a lot of shares, a lot of schemes like this. 60:40 they will say. 90:10. 75:25. Right? 50:50. What are they talking about? How much of the funds will come from the center? How much will come from the state? That is a distribution. These schemes are called as centrally sponsored schemes. And what about central sector schemes? Whatever funds are required, 100% of the expenditure incurred by the center. That is a central sector scheme. Now come to this. Come to the next point here. Imagine you're the Prime Minister. Okay, around 7 o'clock, I'm making you Prime Minister. Be happy now. Imagine you're the Prime Minister. You have allocated, let's say, 10,000 crore rupees for a scheme. Whatever the scheme is, don't worry. You have allocated 10,000 crore rupees for a scheme. Don't you want to find out what has been the achievement because of this 10,000 crore rupees? Let me know. You're the Prime Minister, by the way. Right? You have allocated 10,000 crore rupees for a scheme. Don't you want to find out what we have been able to achieve by spending this 10,000 crore rupees? Answer is yes, by the way. You should say yes. You should not have any doubt here. You should say yes. So whenever, right, understand this, whenever the funds are allocated, every ministry of union government, they will have to submit a document to the government as to how the funds have been utilized, what has been achieved, what has been the outcomes of the funds. What has been the outcome of the funds? For example, let's say midday meal scheme. How many children were covered under midday meal scheme? How many schools have been brought under the midday meal scheme in the last 1 year? How many schools, right, have seen higher enrollment of the children? How many schools in the Northeast are now covered under midday meals? Don't you think if I connect the 10,000 crore rupees to all this number, this is nothing but outcome budgeting? Is the logic okay? Right, I'm saying you are allocating 10,000 crores in the midday meal scheme. And after the year is over, the ministry will tell you the details saying that, sir, because of this 10,000 crore expenditure, we have been able to cover, let's say, 100 schools under midday meals. The school enrollment, that is the students coming to the schools, has increased by this percentage. In the northeastern part of India, we have covered more schools now. Is it not a exercise wherein you are connecting input with output? You are connecting input with output. That is basically the concept of outcome budgeting. That is the basic idea of outcome budgeting. Why should you follow outcome budgeting? How many of you think government of India has unlimited amount of money? Think of it. How many of you think that government has unlimited amount of money? Absolutely no. Government has limited amount of money. So whenever the funds are allocated, you want to find out whether the ministry has used the funds correctly or not. You want to hold the ministry accountable. You want to increase the transparency in the process of implementation of these projects, or let's say schemes, etc. That is the precise reason we have introduced the concept of outcome budgeting. We have introduced the idea of outcome budgeting. Sir, do we follow outcome budgeting in India? Yes. In India, all the ministries, once the year is over, they will have to submit outcome budget to the government. They will have to say how much funds were allocated. As a result of this expenditure, how much money or how much achievements they have been able to make. What are the outcomes because of all of this? Right? This is outcome budgeting. Have a look at the points here. The budget expenditures are presented in terms of functions, programs, performance units, which will reflect the output connected with the input. Okay. Under this, we are trying to establish the relationship between inputs as well as the output. The budgets are developed based on the relationship between the funding as well as the expected outcomes of the funding. It will enhance the visibility of the government expenditures, hold the ministries much more accountable, make the process much more transparent. Right, so these are certain very, very important points regarding outcome budgeting. Do we have outcome budgeting in India? Yes, we have outcome budgeting as well in India. Now let's go to the third one, zero-based budgeting. Idea of zero-based budgeting. Now follow this. I'll start with an example. Follow this carefully. Imagine you are the finance minister. Okay, imagine you are the finance minister. And I am holding a portfolio of one ministry. Whichever ministry, don't worry. I am also minister, but not equal to, less than you. So this year you are supposed to announce a budget. This year, right, you are supposed to announce a budget. That is, for financial year 24, you are supposed to announce a budget. What you will do is, you will take the data for financial year 23 and you will see that to my ministry, 10,000 crore rupee was allocated. In the financial year 23, right, 10,000 crore rupee was allocated. What you will do is, you'll basically say, I will increase the allocation by 20%. Right? You will increase the allocation by 20% and you will increase the allocations to me for financial year 24 to 12,000 crore rupees. To 12,000 crore rupees. Now, can I simply say that? Follow this carefully. Can I simply say that in this exercise that you have done, you have taken the allocations done in the past as a base. I will repeat it. In this whole exercise, you have taken the allocations done in the past as a base and you have increased the base and allocated in the next financial year. Any difficulty? Any difficulty in understanding what I said just now? I'll repeat it again. Understand this. What you have done is you have taken the allocations that were done last year, that is in the financial year 23 as a base, and upon that you have simply increased it by 20% in the next financial year. Is it efficient? Is it an efficient method to allocate funds? Is it the right way to allocate funds to the various ministries? Answer is no. It is not efficient. Why? Don't you think the finance minister should ask the ministry, that is, you should ask me for what purpose I need the funds? Let me know. For what purpose I would require the funds? I will simply tell you, I need to build schools. Let's say I need to build 300 schools For this, I will require, let's say, 2000 crore rupees. I want to, right, construct a certain, let's say, school playgrounds in certain schools. I would require, let's say, 5000 crore rupees. I want to implement a new scheme to bring more children into school. I require another 5000 crore rupees for this. And that's the reason I will tell you I need 12,000 crore rupees. Now you tell me, is the second exercise better or the first exercise better? I hope you understand this now. Right? How many of you think the second exercise is better, not the first one? Because second one is much better. Why? Some of you are saying one. How? You tell me how. Because I say that this one is better. Right? This is a second exercise, by the way. I am saying the second exercise is better rather than the first one. Why? Whether the ministry requires 12,000 crore or not, how will you come to know? Let me know. Right? Whether the ministry requires 12,000 crores or not, how will you come to know? You will only come to know when you ask for justification. What is this justification? You will tell me now, sir, I will allocate 0 rupees. I will allocate 0 rupees. You tell me why you require 12,000 crores. I hope you understand. I will allocate 0 rupees to you. You tell me why do you require 12,000. That is where I'll start explaining. I require 300 schools. So I need 2,000 crore rupee here. I need to launch a scheme in certain region. I will require 5,000 crore rupees here. I want to, right, develop playgrounds in the schools. I would require 5,000 crores for that. So the starting point of allocation. What was the starting point of allocation? Starting point of allocation was 0 base, and taking this 0 base, we have started building the allocations. Is it okay? Taking the base as 0, we have started building the allocations. In the earlier exercise, that is in the first exercise, what was the base? The base was what was the fund allocated in the past year. And currently, what is the base? The base is 0 rupees. Allocation is 0. Now you justify why you require 12,000 crores. Right? This exercise is called as zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting. That is, in simple terms, understand this. Every year, we will ask for justification. You want 12,000 crore? You tell me why. I cannot tell you last year you allocated 10,000 crore. I hope you understand. If I'm a minister, I cannot tell you, right, ma'am or sir, you allocated last year 10,000 crore. This year increase it by 20%. I cannot say that. Right? Then in that case, you will tell me, sir, ignore what was allocated last year. Ignore what was allocated last year. Ignore it. This year, I will allocate 0 rupees. Now you tell me why I should not allocate 0, but rather I should allocate 12,000 crore rupees to you. You will tell the minister, I need for project A, project B, and project C. That's totally 12,000 crore rupees. Now, don't you think the second exercise is always much better compared to the first one? Now, look at the names here. Look at the names. The first exercise is referred to as incremental budgeting. The first one is referred to as incremental budgeting. What do you mean by incremental budgeting? It is an exercise conducted by the government wherein the past allocations are taken and the past allocations are adjusted to allocate funds in the upcoming year. Is it okay? I'll repeat the definition. I'm telling you the process. It's simply, I'm telling you the process. In case of incremental budgeting, what was the allocation done in the past is taken as a base. And upon that, we are deciding the allocations for the upcoming year. Whereas in case of zero-based budgeting, right, think of it. In case of zero-based budgeting, are we considering what was the allocation done in the past? Think of it. In case of zero-based budgeting, are we considering what was the allocation done in the last 1 year? Absolutely no. Every year we'll simply say it's like a new budget. Don't tell me about last year. Every year is like a new budget. You tell me how much money you require and also justify that amount. You tell me for what purposes you require. Otherwise, I'll simply allocate 0 rupees to you. So now we will start with the scratch. We'll start with the base of 0 and we'll keep on allocating funds. Zero-based budgeting. So zero-based budgeting is much better compared to incremental budgeting. Why? Every ministry has to justify their requirement. Is it okay? Every ministry has to justify their requirement. And second, can I say this? Understand this now. Can I say this? The priorities of the ministries can be allocated funds, and which are not the priorities, funds can be cut down to 0. Think of it. Priority of a ministry can be found out now, or those programs which are a priority, for those funds will allocate, for those schemes will allocate funds. For those which are not priority, we'll push them back. We'll reduce allocations or we'll simply reduce it to 0. Right? Can I give you a current affairs example? Don't you think priority for healthcare should be higher for the government now? Let me know. Don't you think the priority for healthcare should be higher for the government? So if a healthcare ministry will ask for budgeting, more and more priority should be given to healthcare. That is, let's say, right, hospitals, providing, right, let's say vaccination, providing beds in the hospital, oxygen cylinders in the hospital, construction of new hospitals, rather than any other allocation within the Ministry of Healthcare. So that's the reason. Understand this carefully. In case of zero-based, allocations are done based on priorities. Based on the priority, we will allocate funds. But there is a concern also, right? On the paper, it looks very nice. I hope you understand. On the paper, this looks very nice. It looks very efficient, right? Much more efficient compared to incremental budgeting. But there's a problem here. What is the problem? You are allocating funds for next 1 year. Do you know what will be the priority for healthcare ministry after 6 months? Let me know now. Right? Anybody who says, right, sir, I can read the fate of Indian economy, let me know. Right? So what is going to happen after 6 months? You do not know that. And whatever allocations are done, the ministry might overshoot it or may not utilize the funds efficiently also. So that's the reason, right? I'll give a very simple example. Government of India, again, just hypothetical example, hypothetical. Government of India decided we should allocate funds for construction of, let's say, hospitals. So huge amount was allocated to hospitals in this year budget. But let's say there is not even a COVID case in the next 1 year. Not even a single case in the next 1 year. But economy went into recession. Economy went into recession. Now, don't you think, looking at this situation, we have misallocated funds? I hope you understand. When the economy went into recession, you should have allocated more funds to Ministry of Employment. You should have allocated more funds to Ministry of Skilling, Ministry of Heavy Industries, etc., etc. But what you have done, because you have followed the zero-based budgeting, you have misallocated the funds like this. Right? So again, this is a very tricky concept, very, very tricky to implement. So do we follow zero-based budgeting? Not necessarily. In India, there have been instances. There have been instances where Government of India has followed zero-based budgeting, but not every year. Not every year we follow the idea of a zero-based budgeting. Okay. Now, what are the objectives? Ensure that the priorities are given importance. The projects, schemes are given importance. Whatever allocations are done, the ministry has to justify the allocations. The resources are utilized efficiently, right? There is no inefficient utilization. There is no wastage of resources. And the task or activities always will be under the constant watch of the government. And because of this, ministry will be utilizing the resources in a much better way. Right? The concept of zero-based budgeting was introduced post 1980s in India but government doesn't use it regularly. No, it doesn't use it regularly. Okay, right? Past in 1980s we have used it, but not now. Now we are not using it. Okay, done. Now, what is the process of making and passing the budget? Right? Preparation of the budget and passage of the budget. This is the process. Right? Do not by heart the picture. Remember the process. It's simple, by the way. First step is Ministry of Finance will send a circular document to all the ministries. Step number 1, the ministry will send the document, budget document, to all the ministries, departments, etc. Why? The Minister of Finance wants to find out how much funds they will be requiring in the next 1 year. What are the schemes? How much funds they will require. Now, specifically within the Ministry of Finance, remember this, it is the Department of Economic Affairs. Remember, there is a department called as the Department of Economic Affairs, and within the Department of Economic Affairs, there is an office by the name of Budget Division. Right? Why I'm talking so much about it? If UPSC will ask you a question, which department under the Finance Ministry is responsible for the preparation of the budget, do not say Budget Department. There is no Budget Department. And if they ask you the question, first option will be Budget Department. Because they know how our minds will work, they know that. At the moment you look at the term Budget Department, you feel it is correct. But there is no department by the name of Budget Department. I hope you understand this. There is absolutely no department by the name of Budget Department. There is a Department of Economic Affairs. Within the Department of Economic Affairs, there is one office which is called as a Budget Division. So it is the Budget Division under the Ministry of Finance, that is the Department of Economic Affairs, which is responsible for the preparation of the budget. Now, they will send the budget circular. Sir, when will they send? Generally around 6 months before the presentation of the budget. 6 months before. So this department will send a circular to all the departments, ministries, ask them for their requirement. How much funds they require, right? For what purposes they will require. All these estimates will be asked. Now, once the estimates are provided, lot of consultations are held. Remember this. Lot of consultations will be held. The Ministry of Finance will hold consultations with states. Ministry of Finance will hold consultations with other departments, other ministries. They will hold consultations with other part of the economy, that is stakeholders, right? Various industries, etc., etc. And then they will finalize the budget document. Then they will finalize the budget documents. Okay, once they finalize the budget document, earlier, I hope you understand this, earlier we used to print the documents. I hope you understand my statement. Earlier, there used to be a printing of the document. For example, once I give a break, or today, later, type Halwa ceremony, you will get a picture. Type Halwa ceremony in the Google, you will get a picture. The most recent Halwa ceremony picture, you will get it. Earlier, what used to happen was, once the budget is finalized, the Ministry of Finance would ask them to be printed. The documents would be printed. And understand this, whenever they conduct a Halwa ceremony, what is this Halwa ceremony? Simple, right? Halwa is prepared, a sweet dish is prepared, and Finance Minister will come, Minister of some of the other ministers will come, all of them will eat the Halwa and give it to other important, let's say, bureaucrats. For example, if you become IAS, and if you are excellent in economic aspects, you will have an opportunity, or let's say if you have the potential, you might become part of the team which prepares budget. Again, right, for that, first you will have to read economics. Okay, so understand this. The finance minister and all the other ministers will come, right? A sweet is prepared. They will give it to all the people who are involved in the budget preparation. That ceremony is called as Halwa ceremony. And right, what does it represent? Right, historically, what does it represent? Whenever Halwa ceremony is conducted, it simply means budget is finalized. Is it okay? Right, budget is finalized now. The budget documents are getting printed. But today, it doesn't carry the same importance. right? For example, current year, Halwa ceremony was conducted, but it doesn't carry the same importance. Why? We have stopped printing budget documents. You have stopped printing the budget documents. Rather, to all the ministries in the website, etc., we are having digital budget now. The concept of digital budget. Sir, why did we shift to digital budget? You tell me in the last two to three years what has happened. There itself will get the answer to your question. Right, so Halwa ceremony is conducted, and now on the first working day of February, there's a process of preparation. On the first working day of February, the budget would be presented on the floor of the parliament. Is it okay? The budget would be presented on the floor of the parliament. Now, where is the budget presented? Generally, the finance minister could be from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, doesn't matter. Generally, the finance minister will present the budget on the floor of Lok Sabha. Right, I repeat, generally the finance minister on behalf of the President of India will present the budget on the floor of Lok Sabha. Right, I hope you have seen the presentation very recently. Even today budget session is going on. I hope you understand, even as we speak right now, budget session is going on. If somebody says, sir, how can you prove it? Then it simply means you are not even reading newspapers. There is a deadlock between the government of India as well as the opposition parties. Are you seeing it in the newspapers or not? At least in the newspapers. There's a deadlock. Yesterday, there was a meeting held by opposition members as well as the representatives of government of India to break the logjam. It has not worked out. So now it is expected that we will simply close the budget session much sooner. That's the reason I keep on telling you people, please read newspapers. Read newspapers. All of this is there. So come back here. So the finance minister will present the budget documents, will submit the budget documents on behalf of the President of India on the floor of the parliament. Right. Now it is assumed that it is presented in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. Right. That is basically right on the 1st of February, if you have seen, finance minister was having an iPad like this, and continuously she was moving from one page to another page, was reading out the budget. Right? How many of you think first the budget will be read out in Lok Sabha, then the iPad will be taken, go to Rajya Sabha, right, connect it to charging and start reading the budget all over again? Do you think that is how the process will happen? No. Right? Once it is present in Lok Sabha, we simply assume that it is presented in Rajya Sabha as well. Now come to the other side. Come to the other side. Once the budget is presented, what is the next process? Next point, for the next couple of days. For the next couple of days, it could be 2 days, it could be 3 days, there is a general discussion on the budget. Is it okay? Right? There is a general discussion of the budget. Now, what is a general discussion? I will introduce a technical term now. There is a term called as demands of grants. Right? Have a look at this. There's a term called as demands of grants. What do you mean by demands of grants? Let me give a very simple example here. Here is a consolidated fund of India. CFI means consolidated fund of India. From the consolidated fund of India, for healthcare ministry, let's say for implementation of a scheme, 10,000 crore rupees allocated. For implementation of a scheme, 10,000 crore rupees allocated. So this 10,000 crore rupee will be withdrawn from CFI, given to the healthcare ministry. This is called as a demand of grant. Any difficulty? This is called as a demand of grant. Can I say in the same way, for Ministry of External Affairs, there will be certain demands of grants? Right, I hope you understand. For Ministry of Agriculture, there will be certain demands of grants. For Ministry of Roadways, there will be certain demands of grants. So in every budget, right, whenever you talk about budget, that is the expenditure side, whatever funds are allocated, we will divide them into demands of grants. Right, sir, what is demand of a grant? Demands of grants are the funds which are withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India given to respective ministries. That is the demands of grant. Now, why is this important? Whenever you talk about general discussion, whenever there is a general discussion in the budget session, you will not discuss demands of grants. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right, whenever there is a general discussion in the budget session, that is when the budget is presented, documents are presented, immediately we will not discuss demands of grants. We will have a general discussion on the budget. Right, what do you mean by general discussion? The members of opposition parties will be given an option. Right, they can stand up in the parliament and tell the parliament what is their view about the budget. Is the budget, right, friendly for the farmers? Is there any component in the budget that will help us bring back, right, Mr. Choksi? Is there any announcement by the government wherein black money can be addressed, etc., etc., etc.? Again, just a general discussion. Nothing in detail will be discussed there. It's a general discussion. Okay. Now, next one. Once the general discussion is over, have a look at this. Now, standing committees are made. There are 24 standing committees which are made or which are there. Each of the standing committees will have 31 members, 10 from Rajya Sabha, right, 21 from Lok Sabha. So this combination is there. These 24 standing committees will look into all the demands of grants. I hope you understand. Right, these standing committees will look into all the demands of grants. For example, the healthcare ministry, they have demanded, let's say, 12,000 crore rupees. For what purpose they have demanded? Are there documents provided by the government in support of this? Right, does it make any sense or not? Right, etc., etc. All this evaluation, assessment is done by the standing committees. Okay, all of this is assessed by the standing committee. Now, once the standing committees will look into these demands of grants, they will submit a report to Lok Sabha, right? That is Parliament. Now, what is the importance of the standing committee? Why should we have standing committees? Allocation of business is necessary. I hope you understand this. Allocation of business is necessary. Otherwise, what will happen? Imagine this. Government will demand, let's say, 30 lakh crore rupees, will simply allow them to withdraw 30 lakh crore rupees. Don't you think there should be a checks and balance in the system? I hope you understand this. Don't you think there should be a checks and balances in the system to find out why is the government wanting to, let's say, withdraw 30 lakh crore from the Consolidated Fund of India? Do they have any document to prove they require 30 lakh crore rupees, etc., etc.? That is the work of standing committee. And some of you might simply say, why is Lok Sabha not doing it? My dear, if Lok Sabha starts doing it, do you think it will end in 1 year? Think of it. If Lok Sabha starts doing this one by one, do you think it will be over in 1 year? Forget it. It will never be over. Right? Why? There are a lot of difficulties. You cannot convince everyone. So for that, we have standing committees. We will allocate these demands of grants to all these standing committees. They will return back. They will come back with a report. Now, detailed discussion will start taking place in Lok Sabha. There is a detailed discussion about all of this in the Lok Sabha. One after the other, demands of grants are taken up. There is a discussion, then the voting will take place. And with majority of the voting, these demands of grants will be passed. And once all these demands of grants are passed, we'll put together all of them. This is called as an appropriation bill. And this appropriation bill will be now passed from Lok Sabha, sent to Rajya Sabha. And I hope you understand it's a money bill. Rajya Sabha doesn't have any powers there. They can discuss, recommend changes, but it is entirely up to Lok Sabha to decide what is there in appropriation bill. And once this is passed in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, it is sent to the President of India. President of India will sign, and now Government of India will be allowed to withdraw funds from Consolidated Fund of India. Done. This is how the budget is prepared and passed in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Right. So this is the passage of the budget. Okay. Sir, is the use of guillotine necessary? Right. For those of you who are hearing the term guillotine for the first time, guillotine is a tool in the parliament. Guillotine is a tool in the parliament. Right. What is a guillotine? Right. If you look at historical context of the guillotine, guillotine is a weapon. Right. Back in the French Revolution, I believe during the French Revolution itself, they introduced a weapon to kill protesters, which was called as a guillotine. That is basically a weapon that will be used to behead. That is basically cut, right, the people into two. And beheading of the people was done using a weapon called as the guillotine. Guillotine simply means, you must have seen in certain movies, no? Right, the person or the villain will catch hold of the hero. He'll be asked to bend down like this on a wood or a log, and right, a blade will basically fall over the neck. That is basically guillotine. Right. So what is the guillotine? And UPSC will not ask you, right, tell me, right, what is guillotine? Show me example like this. No. In the context of the parliament, right, let's say there are 100 demands of grants. Let's say there are 100 demands of grants. But because of so much of a disturbance in the Lok Sabha, only 20 demands of grants are passed. Only 20 of them are discussed and passed. Now, there is a limited number of days which are allocated for this. You cannot keep on discussing, you cannot keep on negotiating with other members in the parliament. That will basically extend the process. So, limited number of days are allocated. Let's say last one day is there for discussion and voting, and 80 demands of grants are there. How many of you think in one day you can have a detailed discussion and voting on 80 demands of grants? Sir, what if they are lesser? Let's assume only 2 demands of grants are there. I hope you understand, right? Not 80, it's a very extreme example. Let's imagine only 2 are left out. But the moment the speaker will come and sit on the chair, the opposition members will run into the well of the parliament. Have you seen that? Well means the place. Generally, you'll see, again, don't draw the picture in UPSC, not required. Here is the speaker, right? And in front of the speaker, there are certain people who are sitting and continuously typing. One side will be government, and all the other side, there is opposition members. Right? Now, just watch today itself, you will realize it. Right? The moment the speaker will come and sit, all these members will start running towards this area. This is called as well. It is called as well. Why? Disruption. Disrupt. Again, not a political argument. Everybody has done it. Right? Every political party has done it, by the way. So when 2 demands of grants are there, there is a lot of disruption in the Lok Sabha. Do you think a detailed discussion and voting is possible? No, it's not possible. So what the speaker, that is presiding officer, will do is, the presiding officer will simply say, I will use guillotine now. I will use a guillotine, right? What is the meaning of the guillotine usage here? Both of the demands of grants, or whatever demands of grants are left out, all of them will be taken up at once. All of them will be clubbed, taken as one. You want to discuss it, and all of them will be passed once. I hope you understand. Rather than going from one demand of grant to the next, like this, all the remaining demand of grants are clubbed. It will be counted as only one now. Have a discussion and get it passed by end of the day or by end of the timing, like this. This is called as guillotine. This tool is referred as guillotine. Okay, done. So this is how the budget is introduced, passed, right, etc. Now come to economic side. Until now, what we have discussed is basically an overlap with polity. Right? I'm pretty sure you have learnt about it in polity also. Is it compulsory to pass? My dear, you tell me, if you do not pass, will you be allowed to withdraw funds from Consolidated Fund of India? I hope it makes sense to you. Right? If it is not passed, will you be allowed to withdraw the funds from Consolidated Fund of India? Think of it. Answer is no. So it should be passed. Right? Only then you will be allowed. Okay, let's start. Come to the pure economics part now. Budget. The budget is divided into two sides. Follow this carefully. Follow this carefully. The budget is divided into two parts. That is, one is revenue side, second one is capital side. Don't worry about this picture. Focus on my words. Budget is divided into two sides. One is, right, basically the revenue side, second one is capital side. Let me write it here. One is the revenue side, second one is the capital side. Now, whenever you read the term revenue, please be very careful here. Whenever you come across the term revenue, normally you feel, and you are correct, you feel that revenue is income. Right? I hope you understand. You come across the term revenue, right? Basically, it is basically an income, but under the budget. Have a look at this. Under the budget, revenue term is not income. I hope you understand. But what does it represent then? What does it represent? Let me start with a basic idea here. Follow the discussion. Follow the discussion. Now look at these components. Don't worry about anything else in the picture. Follow my voice. Do not worry about anything in the picture. Focus on what I highlight. Focus on these. Focus on this side. What is given here? We have tax receipts. We have non-tax receipts. Right? You tell me, government will impose and collect taxes. Agreed? Government will impose and collect taxes. How many of you think government will return back the taxes to the taxpayers? I'll repeat the statement. Government will impose and collect taxes. Right? Sir, what taxes? Direct taxes as well as indirect taxes. Is there any situation where you think that government will return your income taxes back to you? Government will return GST that you have paid. Again, you're a consumer here. Don't say, sir, what about input tax credit? You're a customer. Ultimate burden will fall on you only. Right? So have a look at this. Whatever taxes are collected, government will simply keep it. None of it will be returned back. None of it will be returned back. All of you will agree? Come to the extreme side of the table. Come to the extreme side of the table. Look at this. Come to the extreme side of the table and look at it. Right? Borrowings of the government. Borrowings of the government. Now, if the government borrows money, right? Let's say government will issue a bond to you and borrow money. Government will borrow from World Bank. Government will borrow from Asian Development Bank. Can I say that whatever government has borrowed this year, it is counted as a part of the income this year? But will the government repay this or not? Is it okay? Right? If government of India has borrowed amount, whatever the amount, don't worry. Right? Government has borrowed, that is very important. It is counted as part of the money this year. But don't you think after 10 years, after 5 years, after 20 years, government has to repay it? So understand this carefully. Understand this carefully. Government will impose, right, a certain types of policies and collect money. Collect money, that is income. And whenever you use the term income, the equivalent term to that is receipt. The equivalent term of this is receipt. But these receipts are of two types. I'll repeat it. These receipts are of two types. One is revenue receipt. Second one is a capital receipt. Now, what is this revenue and what is this capital? Whenever you come across the term revenue under budgeting, that is in classification. In the classification, you come across the term revenue, remember this. Revenue simply represents one-sided flow. It represents one-sided flow. One-sided flow of money. It represents one-sided flow of money, point one. Point number two, using this amount, there is no connection to assets and liabilities. There is no connection to assets and liabilities. What do you mean by connection to assets and liabilities? Under the revenue side in the budget, assets will not change, liabilities will also not change. That is, any part of it will not increase assets or reduce assets. Any part of the revenue will not increase liabilities or reduce the liabilities of the government. Any difficulty, please do let me know right now. What I'm saying is, I'm telling you about revenue side of the budget, right? What is the revenue side? Can you see this? This is the revenue side of the budget. Under revenue side, we will divide this into revenue, expenditure, and revenue receipts. Revenue receipts. But what is meaning of revenue here? What is the meaning of the revenue? The revenue account in the budget will always consist of the money which is either coming to the government or going from the government. That is, money collected by the government or spent by the government. But please understand this, if money is collected by the government will not give it back. Is it okay? If money is collected by the government will not give it back. Example, income taxes. You tell me. Income taxes. Government will collect income taxes. Do you think government will return income taxes to you? Right? Some of you are saying, sir, what about input tax credit? My dear, right? This I've been telling you from the first day. In indirect taxes, ultimate burden of taxation will fall on whom? You tell me. Right? In indirect taxes, the ultimate burden of taxation will fall on whom? Customer. If a business will get input tax credit of 10 rupee, don't you think the customer will pay the indirect taxes to the government? Possible or not? Right? Think of it. Right? If I'm a businessman, I will purchase a plastic to manufacture this pen. I will pay 10 rupee tax to the government. I will get the 10 rupee back. But don't you think when I will manufacture and sell the pen to you, I would impose the 10 rupee tax. That is basically the taxes on the product. I will impose it on you and you will pay the taxes to government. So those taxes are counted. Indirect taxes are counted like that. Okay? Right? So again, sir, right, sir, the exemption, etc., etc. Don't complicate it. That the idea is government will collect income taxes. You are taking one exception somewhere here and there and you're generalizing it. No. Right? Tell me the GST that you've paid on the computer that you've purchased, will the government give it back to you? You tell me. Right? You're earning income. You're paying income taxes to government. Right? Is government going to give back your income taxes? If yes, please do let me know. I also want to follow the same process that you are following, because I also want to get my income taxes back. Okay? Right? So have a look at this again. I'm telling the same thing. Sir, right, refunds. I don't understand. When I say it, again you will argue with the same thing. Okay, forget about it. So revenue receipts, right, have a look at this. Revenue receipts are the incomes collected by the government. Government will not give it back. Can I call this as one-sided flow? Think of it. Right? Can I call this as one-sided flow? And on the other hand, I'll give you one more example of revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure. Government will provide pensions. Government will provide pensions. Right? Don't you think pensions is a one-sided flow? Government will simply provide it to you, and in return you will not give anything to government. Yes or no? Or I'll give you one more example, PM Kisan scheme. PM Kisan scheme. Tell me, under PM Kisan scheme, government will give 6,000 rupees to farmers, income support. In return, do you think farmers will pay anything to government? In return, farmers will give rice to the government? Absolutely no. One-sided, unilateral transfers. So point number one, please remember this. Revenue, whenever you talk about the term revenue, these are unilateral transfers, either from the market to government, government to market. Point one. But more importantly, none of these will either change the assets or liabilities of the government. None of these will change the assets or liabilities of the government. For example, let me focus on the other side. Think of it and let me know now. Under the capital side, we'll further divide it. We'll further divide it into capital expenditure and capital receipts. We'll further divide it into capital expenditure and capital receipts. I'll give you one example. Have a look at this. I will give you one example. Capital expenditure, construction of roads. Construction of roads. Capital receipts, right? The income collected by the government under capital head. Selling of government companies. Selling of government companies. Now you tell me, look at the capital side and you tell me, under capital expenditure, are we not increasing the assets held by the government or not? Please look at it carefully and let me know. Under the capital expenditure, are we not increasing the assets of the government of India? And under the capital receipts, right? Under the capital receipts, are we not reducing the assets held by government of India? Right? The asset owned by government of India, that is, let's say a company, will be sold away by the government. So will it not reduce the assets? So in this example, can I say capital side is associated with reduction of assets or change in the assets? Let me know. Change in assets held by the government. Done? Change in the assets held by the government. I'll give you one more example. Within this, I'll give you one more example. Capital receipt, I've shown you our data here. Have a look at this. Under the capital receipt, there is one component, borrowing. You tell me, if capital receipt has a borrowing, is it not increasing the liability of the government? Simple. Is it not increasing the liability of the government? And under the capital expenditure, I'll show you that. Have a look at this. Under capital expenditure, government will repay the loan. If government will repay the loan, will it not reduce the liabilities of the government? Any problem with all of this? Let me know right now. Any problem with all of this? So that is the reason, right? This is a basic idea. Please be very, very clear with this basic idea. Whenever you talk about revenue, it is the income collected or expenditure incurred by the government to provide day-to-day government activities. Day-to-day government activities. To provide or to take care of day-to-day government activities, government will either collect money or spend money. Unilateral transfers are going to happen. That is the revenue side. Whereas under the capital side, government will spend money or collect money. But as a result of this, there will be change in assets or liabilities of the government of India. There will be change in assets or liabilities of government of India. Right? So is the logic okay with all of you? What is the revenue side? What is the capital side? Is the logic okay with all of you? Let me know right now. Right? Is it okay? Now within this, how repayment of loans is capital expenditure? My dear, government will repay the loan. When you repay the loan, is it not expenditure? This year, right, let's say government of India is spending 30 lakh crore rupees. Out of 30 lakh crore rupees, 2 lakh crore is a repayment of the loans that they have taken in the past. Is it an expenditure this year or not? Right? Of course, yes. But because when the government will repay the loan, liabilities of the government will come down. That's the reason we'll put it on the capital side. Now focus only on the receipts. Focus only on the receipts. Receipts are two types: the revenue receipts and capital receipts. Now look at revenue receipts. Revenue receipts are further broken into two types: tax receipts as well as non-tax receipts. Tax receipts, non-tax receipts. Tax receipts, best example, direct taxes such as income tax, corporate tax. Right? Indirect taxes such as customs, GST, right? Excise on petrol, etc., etc. What about non-tax receipts? What about non-tax receipts? I've given certain examples. Let's go one by one. One is a dividend. What is a dividend? Earlier, have I not discussed dividend in the classroom? I believe I've discussed. What is a dividend? Government owns RBI. I've discussed it. I know that. Government owns RBI. So RBI earns profit. All of you will understand this? RBI will earn profit. So part of the profit is given to the owner of the company. Who is the owner of the company? That is RBI. Who is the owner? Government of India. Can I give you one more example? There is a company by the name of Steel Authority of India Limited. Majority of the ownership in the Steel Authority of India Limited is with Government of India. Now, if Steel Authority of India Limited earns part of the profit is given to the owners, and one of the owner is Government of India. So whenever part of the profits are given to the shareholders, owners, I repeat, part of the profits are given to the owners, that is the shareholders, that is called as dividend. That is called as dividend. Now you tell me, if government receives a dividend, any change in asset or liability of the government? Think of it. Just think of it. If government receives a dividend, will the asset or liability of the government change? Of course no. Nothing will change in asset and liability. So where will I keep it? I'll keep it under the budget receipt. Interest receipts. Interest receipts. That is, imagine you are the union government. You have given a loan to the state government. Okay? Imagine you are the union government. You have given the loan to the state government. Now, because you have given a loan, state government has to pay interest on the loan. Any problem with this? Right? You have given a loan. So the borrower has to pay interest. Right? So the borrower, when they will pay interest to you, it will become income for you. Interest receipt. So again, question is simple. When you talk about interest, any change in asset and liability? Think of it. Any change in the asset or liability of the government? Right? Is asset changing? No. Is the liability changing? Of course, no. Right? Third one, fees and fines. Fees and fines. Right? Let's say you will go to RTO. Right? You want to apply for driving license. Will they impose a fees or not? Will they collect certain fees from you? Of course, yes. Right? You go to, let's say, apply for, let's say, a visa. Will the government impose fees or not? Of course, yes. Right? But if you violated certain laws, if you have violated, let's say, traffic light, etc., right, government will also impose fines and collect from you. And finally, external grant. Underline the term grant here. Please be very careful. Underline the term grant here. Many of you will simply say, sir, grant. Right? Is it not a loan? Absolutely no. Follow this carefully. Imagine here is a World Bank. World Bank, I'll give you one example, will give loan of, let's say, 100 crore rupees. It is a loan. What does it mean? Government of India has taken the loan, has to repay the loan. Whereas on the other side, rather than giving it as a loan, what if World Bank will give it as a grant? What if World Bank gives that a grant? Grant means unilateral transfer is done. That is, World Bank will give the money, Government of India doesn't have to repay it. Is it okay? World Bank will give the money, right? The Government of India will not repay it. So if 100 crore worth of grant is received, can I simply call it as a liability? Of course, no. I'll put it under the revenue side. Any problem with the revenue side here? Any problem with the revenue side? Let me know right now. Sir, interest receipt is an act. No, it is not an asset. It is not an asset. Interest receipt is not an asset. My dear, imagine you have taken a loan of 100 crore. Liability is 100 crore. You will pay interest of 1 crore rupee. Interest is not a liability. 100 crore is a liability. I hope you understand. 100 crore is a liability. Right? So the interest that is paid or received is always a revenue part. It is a revenue part. Okay? Revenue receipt here. Right? Dividend is an asset? No. You might argue with me 100 times. I will go with the Government of India. Dividend is not an asset. Although there is a proposal to count it as an asset, no, it is not an asset. If you want to count it as an asset, what is your argument? Because I am telling the argument of the government. By collecting the dividend, your assets are not changing. You are not owning one more company. Asset means what? You should have company, you should have road, you should have infrastructure. Are you basically owning more infrastructure by collecting dividend? Are you owning more company by collecting dividend? Of course no. Right, so dividends are not counted as assets right now. There's a proposal. Deepam has said we should do it, but Government of India has not accepted it. Okay, right. So that is basically the concept of the revenue receipt. Come to the other side, capital receipts. Right, come to the other side, capital receipts. Capital receipts, example, recovery of loan. Look at this, recovery of loan. Right, you have given a loan, you will collect back the loan. Loan is an asset. All of you will agree? For the lender, loan is an asset. So if you collect the loan, are your assets changing or not? Answer is yes. Disinvestment. Disinvestment means what? Sale of government companies. Sale of government companies. For example, Air India. Have you heard of it? Sale of government companies, Air India, right? Or let's say LIC. Whenever the government will sell the companies that it owns, the money that is collected, it is called as disinvestment. Now you tell me, if Government of India sells Air India, will the assets held by the government change or not? Does it make sense or not? Will the assets held by the Government of India change or not? Of course, yes. What about borrowings? Right, already discussed. Borrowings are nothing but liabilities. Borrowings are nothing but liabilities. Concept of liabilities. So borrowings can be internal in nature, external in nature. That is basically Government of India can borrow from the domestic market. Government can also borrow from external market. Right, we have already discussed borrowing, most of it is internal in nature. What is the advantage, etc., etc. Borrowing, will the liabilities of the government change here? Of course, yes, liabilities will change. Hence, borrowings are part of capital receipts. Now focus on the next part. We'll take a break. Don't worry. Let me finish this. After this, we'll take a break. Now focus on all of this. I'll start using the numbers here. I'll start using the numbers. The revenue receipts, within that tax receipts are there. I'll call the revenue receipts as 1. I'll call the revenue receipts as 1. Within the capital receipts, I'll simply write recovery of loans as 2, disinvestment as 3, and borrowings as 4. Right? In fact, under borrowings, many other components are there. Many other liabilities are there. Right? Many other liabilities. For example, let me ask you a simple question. Think of it. You have heard of Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana? Let me know. You have heard of a scheme by the name of Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana. Who has launched Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana? Who has launched it? Central government. And any amount that you contribute under Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana, who is liable to repay it? Whose liability is it to repay the amount under Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana? Government of India. All of you will agree? Government of India. I'll give you one more example. There is a product called as a PPF, Public Provident Fund. There's a product called as Public Provident Fund, PPF, Long-Term Investment Fund. In the PPF, generally people will invest or will be asked to invest for 15 years. It's not just a short-term fund, it is a long-term, 15 years. Right now, imagine you invested in the PPF. Who is responsible for the repayment? Whose liability is it to repay the funds under PPF? It is central government, union government. So again, that's the reason I'm saying I've simplified it. The picture that I've given, it's a simplified version. Liabilities of the government are much, much more, right? I'm just giving you a small representation here. Now focus on the discussion. This is important. Focus on the discussion. Can I say 1, 2, and 3? I'll repeat. Look at the picture. Can I say 1, 2, and 3 are the incomes which are collected by the government, which are not repaid by the government? Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. 1, 2, and 3 are incomes which are collected by the government. None of it is repaid by the government. Whereas 4, this year it might be counted as income. Today I've borrowed. This year it is counted as an income. But in the future, there is a repayment because of this. Any disagreement here? Please do let me know right now. Why? I'll start using a technical term. Right? I'll start using the technical term here. Right? What is a technical term? 1, 2, and 3. I'll write it. 1, 2, and 3. They'll be referred to as non-debt creating receipts. Non-debt creating receipts. 1, 2, and 3 are referred to as non-debt creating receipts. Any difficulty? How 2 is counted as income? My dear, if you're going to collect the loan back, you have given the loan in the past, this year you will collect the loan back. Will it not be counted as an income in this year? Very simple idea. You have given loan, let's say maybe in the year 2010, state government will repay it this year. So that amount will be counted as income. So 1, 2, and 3 will be referred to as a non-debt creating receipts. Non-debt creating means what? There is no debt in the future. There is no liability of payment in the future. What about 4? What about 4? This will be referred to as debt creating receipts. This will be referred to as debt creating receipt. DCR, debt creating receipt. Please be very careful. Right? 4 is a debt creating receipt. 1, 2, and 3, it is a non-debt creating receipt. That is, in case of 4, this year it is income. But in the future, you will have to withdraw the money from Consolidated Fund of India and repay the money. Does it make sense? Right? In the future, there is a repayment. That is, there is a charge on the technically, government document will use the statement like this. Government borrowings is an income today, but in the future, there is a charge on the Consolidated Fund. Right? What do you mean by charge on Consolidated Fund? In the future, money will be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India and pay the amount. So there is an obligation of payment in the future. It is charged on Consolidated Fund. But in case of 1, 2, and 3, it is an income this year. And there is no charge in the future of repayment. The Consolidated Fund of India will not be charged in the future for repayment. Any difficulty, let me know. Right? 1, 2, and 3, non-debt creating receipts. 4 are debt creating receipts. Now within this also, focus on this. Right? Within this also, they'll further divide. Just make it much more complicated. They'll further divide it. What is further division? Please look at the picture. One is non-debt creating revenue receipt. Correct or wrong? Look at the picture and tell me. One is non-debt creating revenue receipt. 2 and 3 are non-debt creating capital receipts. Can I go forward now? One is non-debt creating revenue receipt. 2 and 3 are non-debt creating capital receipts. Do not be confused. Do not be confused. This is how they use the technical terms. And if UPSC wants to confuse it, definitely yes, these are the terms they will use. Is it okay? Right. So this is the division in the revenue receipt as well as capital receipt. Okay. Now, after the break, we'll take up the government expenditure, again the revenue side of the expenditure as well as the capital side. But before that, if you have any kind of a doubt, please do let me know. How old economic survey needs to be studied? You don't have to read old economic surveys. Next year, when you're writing the exam, that year economic survey is relevant to you. Not every economic survey. Centrally sponsored scheme and central sector scheme. Centrally sponsored means the expenditure for the scheme will be shared between center and states. The expenditure will be shared between center and state. Right? That is centrally sponsored. Central sector means all the money that is spent in the scheme, everything that is spent in the scheme will be spent by the central government. Explain what was the problem with zero-based budgeting. The problem with zero-based budgeting is that you are allocating funds expecting economy to behave in a certain way. Is it a problem everywhere? Of course, yes. I hope you understand. Even today, whatever allocations we do, whether it is zero, incremental, etc., it's a problem. But when you say zero-based budgeting, right? When you say zero-based budgeting is much more efficient, does the process have a lacunae? Are there loopholes with the system? That is the answer I'm trying to give you. Even under zero-based budgeting, you are expecting, right, the ministry to behave like an expert. They should say how much money they require, right? In the future, what is going to happen, right? You're expecting everything like this. That's a drawback of zero-based budgeting. Okay. Who maintained the Consolidated Fund of India? Government of India. Okay, Government of India. Again, Consolidated Fund of India, have you not studied under polity? Article 266, Article 267, etc., etc. Right? You should know all of it. Assets are treated as income that keeps on returning on investing. My dear, again understand this. I've told this 3 times now. You have given a loan of 100 crore rupees. You have given a loan of 100 crore. You recollect 100 crore. This is asset. It will be counted as a part of capital side. But you have given 100 crore rupees. You generate interest on it. This interest is counted as a part of revenue side. You are not counting asset under revenue. You are counting interest under the revenue. Right? So please understand the difference here. External grant. External grant simply means any amount of money that is received by the government from an external agency. It could be United Nations, it could be World Bank, it could be Asian Development Bank, it could be anything. Right? Any of these agencies, when they provide these grants, this money, the government doesn't repay it. It's a grant. A grant means what? Unilateral transfer, one-sided transfer. Government is receiving the money, right? There is no charge on the consolidated fund in the future. Charge means in the future there is no repayment done. That is basically the concept of external grant. Okay. So demands of grants is included in the budget. Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Why will the World Bank give grants? Please read. That's the reason I tell you, please read the newspapers. You don't read anything. You want everything to be provided on a platter to you. How does it work? Please read newspapers. Many agents in the international market want to achieve certain social welfare objectives. Right? For that, they will give you grants. Okay, done. Okay, let's take a break now. Let's take a break. I'll restart at 8:20. I'll restart at 8:20. Okay, am I audible? Am I audible? Give me a thumbs up or yes, anything is okay if I'm audible. Done. So we have taken care of the concept of budget receipts here, right? The receipt side. Let's continue. The government expenditure side here. And the expenditure side, again, there are two parts. One is the revenue expenditure. Second one is the capital expenditure. One is the revenue expenditure. Second one is the capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure, again, right, spent by the government. Day-to-day activities spent by the government, which doesn't alter the assets or liabilities. But there's a specialty, focus on that, I'll come to that. The expenditure done by the government and law and order, right, defense services, interest payment, subsidies given by the government, welfare subsidies, pension payments, right? All these are basically some of the expenditures that is incurred by the government for providing day-to-day government activities or services. But there's a last component here. Follow this carefully. Follow this carefully. Grants for creation of capital assets. Grants for creation of capital assets. Now, what is this grants for creation of a capital asset? Right now, let's say central government will spend money, develop a road. That is basically infrastructure. Right? Let me know. I'll start asking questions now. Central government will spend money and construct infrastructure, develop infrastructure. Can I basically say, point number one, center is directly spending money? Point number one, center is directly spending money on infrastructure. And second, because the center is directly spending money on infrastructure, it will be part of capital side of the budget. It will be part of capital side of the budget. Let me give you another example. Here is the central government. Central government will give money to, let's say, state government or any other authority of the government. And this state government will develop infrastructure. Will develop infrastructure. Point number one. Is the central government directly spending money on development of infrastructure? Look at the picture. Is the center directly spending money for the development of infrastructure? No. Center is simply giving money to the state or any other authority of the state government. The state government is spending that money for development of infrastructure. Can I first call it as a grant? Let me know. Can I call it as a grant? Because center is giving money, state will spend it, right? There is no repayment. State will simply spend it. Can I call it as a grant? Of course, yes. Point number two, because the center is not directly spending, it is not spending on infrastructure, I will simply count this money as a part of revenue side of the budget. Any difficulty here to understand this? I'll repeat it again. Center directly develops infrastructure, capital expenditure. Center will give money to the state government or any other authority, and this authority will develop infrastructure. So this is not directly spent by the government. Hence, I will count it as a part of the revenue side of the budget. That is called as a grant for creation of capital asset. GCCA, grant for creation of capital asset. Right? So these are part of revenue expenditure. And what about capital expenditure? Government spending money on infrastructure development. So what kind of infrastructure? Road, bridge, airport, right? Let's say manufacturing facilities set up by the government, ABC, etc., etc. Okay. Repayment of the loans, right? Paid by the government of India. Loans they have taken, they are repaying. Loans which are given to the state governments or union territories. Right? These are part of the capital expenditures. Capital expenditure, revenue expenditure. Now, is this picture clear to all of you? This was a picture I had drawn earlier. Right? Budget has two sides here. One is a revenue side, second one is a capital side. Under revenue side, we divide it into revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. Under capital side, we divide it into capital expenditure and capital receipts. But how do you differentiate what is the revenue and what is the capital? Whenever there is no charge on the consolidated fund, I repeat, whenever there is no charge on the consolidated fund, no charge means what? Whenever there is no repayment liability on the government and the government is collecting income, we'll put it as a part of revenue. Right? Whenever government will spend money, government will spend money, and this will not either lead to creation of asset or reduce the asset, right? We'll simply keep it under the revenue side. Right? No charge on the consolidated fund, doesn't change assets or liabilities, part of the revenue. One-sided unilateral transfers. What about capital side? What about the capital side? In case of capital side, the government will spend money or collect money. But because of this, either the assets will change or the liabilities of the government will change. That's the reason we'll put it under the capital. Whatever I've discussed so far in the form of statements I've given here, please go through this. Same thing that I've discussed, it is given in the form of statements. Revenue receipts are those incomes which are received by the government from all the sources of its ordinary government activities. These receipts do not create a liability or lead to reduction of assets of the government. What we have discussed, it is there in the statement. Please go through. Okay. Now, what is the use of all of it? Come to the most important part in the budgeting. Right? What is the use of all of this? Let's start. We need to discuss certain deficits. There are a lot of concepts related to deficits. I have given, let's say, 6 deficits here. I've given 6 deficits. But as of now, please understand, out of these 6 deficits, government only calculates the first 4. Government only calculates the first 4. 5th and 6th have been discontinued. Why? I'll tell you in some time. Government calculates only the first 4. 5th and 6th, we do not use it now. We do not calculate it. Now, let me start with, right, the 5th and 6th itself. We don't calculate it. Let me prove it. Have a look at this table. Have a look at the representation here. Right, this is from the economic survey. Right, this year's economic survey. How many deficits are mentioned here? 4 deficits. And can I simply say all these 4 deficits are the first 4 deficits in the slide. Budget deficit, not mentioned. Monetized deficit, not mentioned. Why? We do not practice them. We do not follow both budget as well as monetized. Now, let me start. Let me start with number 5, number 6. Budget deficit. Now, before we had a fiscal deficit, I'll come to that, have patience. Before we had fiscal deficit, post 1990, we had only 2 types of deficits. One was revenue deficit and second one was budget deficit. That is, historically in India, only 2 deficits were announced by the government. One is a revenue deficit, second one is a budget deficit. What is a revenue deficit? It is basically the difference between revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. I hope you understand. What is a revenue deficit? It's basically a difference between the revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. I hope you remember the picture. What was the picture? Budget is there. Budget is divided into 2 parts, revenue and capital. Under the revenue, again there are 2 parts, that is a revenue receipts and a revenue expenditure. So if your revenue expenditure is greater than the revenue receipt, this is basically called as revenue deficit. Any problem with this? Let me know. If your revenue expenditure is greater than the revenue receipt, it is called as a revenue deficit. How many of you think having a revenue deficit is good? Right? Just think of it. I've not explained, I know. I'll explain it now. But let me check. Right? How does your brain actually work? How many of you think revenue deficit is good for the country? Answer is no. Revenue deficit is not good. Revenue deficit is not good. Let me explain why. Do we create assets under the revenue side? Let me know. Do we create any kind of assets under the revenue side? Right? No, we do not create assets. But again, don't say, sir, grant for creation of capital asset. Is it just a part? I hope you understand. Right? Don't argue with me, sir. There is GCCA. It is just a part of it. Right? When you look at the breakup of the revenue account, only a small fraction of it is in the form of a grant given by the center. So generally, under the revenue side, we do not have any creation of asset. But when you have a revenue deficit, what does it mean? It simply means you're spending more money on consumption. If not creating asset, what is the next option? Consumption. So you're spending more money on consumption rather than collecting money. Is it good for any economy? Is it good for any country for that matter? Absolutely no. Now look at the next point here. Let me elaborate on this. If there is a revenue deficit, I'll just throw in certain numbers. Understand this. If your revenue receipt is, let's say, 100 crore rupees, your revenue expenditure is 150 crore rupees. Can I simply say deficit is 50 crores here? Deficit is 50. Now question is, how will you adjust this deficit? You need extra 50 crore rupees. From where will you get this extra 50 crore rupees? I'll simply say you'll borrow from the market. You'll borrow from the market. Right? Now look at this. There is a golden rule. It's basically a practice. There's a golden rule in the market. Do not borrow money if you're not going to create an asset. I'll repeat the statement. Do not borrow money from the market for consumption purposes. No, please don't do that. If you want to borrow money, borrow it for creation of asset. So when you borrow this 50 crore rupees, do you think government is borrowing for creation of assets here? No, that is a concern. I hope you understand the problem here. Any difficulty in understanding this? Now, can I simply say, right, the best case scenario for India could be, we should reduce the revenue deficit to 0%. Any difficulty? Let me know. Right? Some of you will say, sir, we should go to revenue surplus, but that's a very that's basically aiming very, very high. Right? You're becoming very, very ambitious, ultra ambitious. Right? Revenue surplus simply means revenue income, that is revenue receipts, is greater than revenue expenditure. That we don't think will happen in case of India. Why? Expenditure of the government of India are very, very high. Right? Subsidies paid by the government of India are very high. Pension bill for government of India is very high. So argument is, can I simply say that rather than having a revenue deficit, it is better, right, if you have a revenue deficit of 0%. Sir, what is the meaning of 0% here? Please remember this. Whenever these deficits are provided, for example, right, I'll come back to this, don't worry. Whenever these are provided, these are given as a percentage of GDP. These are given as a percentage of GDP. That is, let's say, GDP of a country is 100 crore rupees. Revenue deficit is 5 crore rupees. Then the revenue deficit will be mentioned as 5% of GDP. Okay, that is generally how the representation is done, because it is easier to understand and remember rather than remembering actual numbers. Right? So is it okay if I say revenue deficit is there in India, but we should not have revenue deficit? We should be able to reduce the revenue deficit to 0%. Can I go to the next point now? Can I go to the next point? So what I was saying was, historically only two deficits were calculated in India. One is revenue deficit and the second one is budget deficit. Let me come to the budget deficit. Follow this carefully. What is there in the budget deficit? What we used to do in the budget deficit? Here is the government of India. Let's say this year, again this was done in the past. We don't do this today. This was done in the past. So here is government of India. Government of India, let's say, would propose expenditure of 100 crore rupees. Government of India would propose expenditure of 100 crore. Then government would also propose how much money receipt they are going to collect. Let's say the non-debt creating receipts. I hope you understand the statement now. Let's say non-debt creating receipts were, let's say, 80 crore rupees, which means government will be forced to borrow 20 crore rupees from the market. All of you will agree with me? Government will be forced to borrow 20 crore rupees in the market. Now, basically what this would make is expenditure will be 100 crore, receipts will be 100 crore. Now, this was expected to be the situation. That is, I'll spend 100 crore, I will collect 100 crore, including borrowings from the market. Borrowing from market. Remember this very carefully. Borrowing from the market. But what would happen in reality? What would happen in reality is the expenditure would overshoot. The expenditures would simply overshoot. Rather than 100 crore rupees, what if your expenditures are 120 crore rupees? Rather than 100 crore rupees, what if your expenditure is 120 crore rupees? You have proposed income of 100 crores, but your expenditure under the budget is 120 crore rupees. Is there a deficit here? Let me know. You have proposed an income of 100 crore and your expenditure is now how much? 120 crore. Is there a deficit? This was called as a budget deficit. This was referred to as budget deficit. BD, budget deficit. Right? I hope you understand. Remember this, market borrowings were counted earlier. Market borrowings were counted as a part of receipts only. But even then, there was a budget deficit. There is a problem now. What is the problem? You have borrowed. Then also, you have a deficit of 20 crore rupees. You have borrowed from the market. Then also, there is a deficit of 20 crore rupees. Now, what government used to do now is, government would simply issue bonds to RBI. Government of India would simply issue means what? Sell bonds to Reserve Bank of India. Right? How much? Worth, let's say 20 crore rupees. Worth 20 crore rupees. Government of India would issue bonds worth or sell bonds worth 20 crore rupees to RBI. And RBI would simply provide 20 crore rupees to Government of India. Cash of 20 crore rupees will be provided to Government of India. Can I call this as monetization of the deficit? Let me know. Can I call this as monetized deficit? Any problem here? Please do let me know right now. The government after borrowing also used to have a deficit. And in order to bridge that budget deficit, government used to issue bonds, sell bonds to RBI. And RBI would provide money to Government of India. This amount which is provided by RBI to Government of India, this is called as monetization of deficit. Do we have monetization of the deficits today? No. I hope you understand. Right? We do not have monetization of the deficit today. Why? Look at this picture and tell me, if Government of India follows monetization of the deficit, will the money supply increase and cause inflation or not? I hope you understand. Right? If the government follows monetization of the deficit, will it not increase the money supply in the economy and cause inflation in the economy? Answer is yes. So that is the reason post 2006. After 2006, we do not follow monetized deficit. We have discontinued monetized deficit. But indirect monetization is allowed. What is indirect monetization? Government of India will provide the bonds to RBI. RBI will sell them to other investors. RBI is not purchasing from government. RBI will sell it to other investors, collect money and give it to government. That is basically indirect monetization. So monetized deficit discontinued and budget deficit also has been discontinued. But why? Understand this carefully. This should be clear to you. Why we have discontinued monetized deficit. Come to the budget deficit. Why did we discontinue budget deficit here? The problem with the calculation of budget deficit was, please have a look at it. Experts disagreed with this. Experts said, how can you simply count borrowings as part of your income? I hope you understand. How can you simply count right? The borrowings as part of your income, right? These are not pure incomes. These will become liabilities in the future. These are not pure incomes. Here also you are borrowing, which are your liabilities. Here also you are borrowing, which are your liabilities. So how come you count this as a part of income and why not as a part of the deficit itself? That is the precise reason we have discontinued concept of a budget deficit. We do not follow monetized deficit. Now we simply have fiscal deficit. We simply have fiscal deficit. We do not have budget deficit now. Instead of the budget deficit, we have a better indicator, right, which is called as a fiscal deficit. I'm yet to cover a fiscal deficit. I'll cover it in a couple of minutes. Done? So this is basically the idea of deficit monetization or monetized deficit. We do not follow it. Budget deficit earlier was there. We do not follow it. And we have introduced the concept of fiscal deficit. Now let me ask you a question here. Can I say fiscal deficit is a better indicator than budget deficit? Let me know, right? Can I simply say fiscal deficit is a better indicator than budget deficit? Why? Budget deficit actually led to inflation. It did not provide you, right, the amount of borrowings that is required for the government in order to bridge the deficit without causing inflation. But in the fiscal deficit, we will not borrow from RBI. Right? We will never borrow from RBI. We'll simply borrow from the market. Okay, I'll come to that. Don't worry. Now, right, revenue deficit is done. Budget deficit is done. Monetized deficit is done. Let me go to the next one here. Effective revenue deficit. ERD, effective revenue deficit. Now, look at this picture. Look at the picture. Focus on the last point under the revenue expenditure. I'll repeat it. Look at the picture and focus on the last point under the revenue expenditure. Simple question to all of you. Is it related to asset or not? Whether the government is spending directly or indirectly doesn't matter, right? Focus and answer to my question. Is it leading to creation of assets or not? Point one. If anything is leading to creation of assets, should it be part of the revenue side or capital side? Should it be part of the revenue or capital? It should be part of the capital. But the government simply says, because I'm not spending directly, just a technical point here, right? Government says, because I'm not spending directly, I will not keep it under the capital. But many of the experts do not agree to that. Right? Is it okay? Many of the experts do not agree to that. They'll simply say that whether you are spending directly or indirectly doesn't matter. It is associated with the capital side. But even today, Government of India keeps GCCA as a part of revenue itself. But to adjust this anomaly, to address this particular problem, there is one more type of a deficit that has been introduced. Okay, to address this particular issue, one more type of a deficit has been introduced. That is effective revenue deficit. ERD, effective revenue deficit. So follow this calculation. Do not by heart it. Follow this. Imagine this is how revenue deficit is calculated. Revenue deficit is equal to revenue expenditure of 200 crore rupees minus revenue receipts of 150 crore rupees. Point number one. Okay, imagine revenue expenditure is 200 crore. Revenue receipts is 150 crore. What is the revenue deficit? 50 crore rupees. But the argument of the experts is, when you are calculating revenue expenditure, you are counting one component that is associated with asset. I hope you understand. You are counting one component that is associated with asset. That is, let's say, out of this 200 crore rupees, the grant for creation of capital asset was 10 crore rupees. Out of this 200 crore rupees, 10 crore rupees was a grant for creation of capital asset. Now, if you strictly go by the argument that anything related to asset should be there on the capital, should not be there on the revenue. I'll repeat the statement. If you strictly go by the argument that anything associated with asset that is leading to creation of asset should be there on the capital, should not be there on the revenue, should you be counting GCC as a part of RD? Should you count this 10 crore rupees as a part of revenue deficit? No, you should not count it. Right? If you go strictly by the argument, no, you should not count it. So what I will do is, I will introduce one more concept here. Effective revenue deficit is equal to revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts minus grant for creation of capital asset. Is it okay? Right? What is this effective revenue deficit? There is a component called as a grant for creation of capital asset on the revenue side. I want to take it out. I want to reduce it. Why you should reduce it? Because the grant for creation of capital asset is associated with creation of assets. It is associated with creation of infrastructure. So because it is associated with creation of infrastructure, we should not keep it, or we should not count it as part of revenue expenditure. Now, can I simply say revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt is equal to revenue deficit? Let me know. Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt is equal to revenue deficit minus grant for creation of capital asset. Look at the formula for ERD. Look at the formula for ERD. The formula for ERD is equal to revenue deficit minus grants for creation of capital asset. Does it make sense or not to you people? Why I'm writing minus GCCA? Does it make sense or not? It is as good as writing the same thing. That is, I'm writing like this: 200 crore rupee minus 150 crore rupee. But out of 200 crore rupee, there is a 10 crore rupee GCCA. But to make it short, I'll simply write this as revenue deficit minus 10 crore rupees. That is exactly the formula here. Now, simple question to you people. Which one do you think is better? In terms of quality of information, which one do you think is better? Is it RD or ERD? Right? I hope you understand this. Effective revenue deficit is a much better indicator compared to revenue deficit. So one is RD. Second one is ERD, right? Let's go to the third one, fiscal deficit. Let's go to the third one, fiscal deficit. Now, what is this fiscal deficit? Simple. Fiscal deficit represents borrowings of the government. Understand this carefully. Fiscal deficit represents borrowings of the government. Now, two of you are asking me a question. Sir, how is that possible? If the government is earning 100 crore, they are spending 130 crore. How is that possible? Let me ask you the same question. Let me ask you the same question. Your income is 1 lakh rupees, but you are purchasing a home worth 1 crore rupees. How is that possible? I hope you understand. And there itself you'll understand what is actually happening. Sir, my income is 1 lakh, but I'll purchase a house of 1 crore by borrowing money. Take loan in the market. Apply the same logic to Government of India. If they are earning 100 crore rupees, they want to spend 130 crore rupees. How is that possible? Because the 30 crore rupees they will borrow. 30 crore rupees they'll simply borrow from the market. Can I show you the example here? Can I show the example? Have a look at this. Right, have a look at this, the table here. Do not by heart anything. Waste of your time. Do not by heart. Right? Is there a component called as the fiscal deficit? Is there a component called as fiscal deficit? Yes, there is this fiscal deficit. What does fiscal deficit represent? Right, the fiscal deficit represents the amount of borrowings done by the government. In 1 year, how much borrowings you are doing? That is represented in the form of a fiscal deficit. For example, in the next financial year, in the coming financial year, Government of India has targeted or estimated borrowings of 17 lakh crore rupees. Borrowings of the Government of India for next financial year, 17 lakh crore rupees. Not a small amount. 17 lakh crore rupees.
How much is your expenditure? Look at it. How much is your expenditure? How much is our total income? 45 lakh crore rupees. But out of that, 17 lakh crore is your borrowing. That's not a small amount. That's a very, very high amount, very large amount. Okay, so whenever you want to spend 45 lakh crore rupees, you should have 45 lakh crore rupees. Right? I hope you understand. You want to spend 45 lakh crore, you should have 45 lakh crore. But what happens is, in the non-debt creating receipts, is it okay? Non-debt creating receipts, you will not be able to collect 45 lakh crore. You will be able to collect somewhere around 28, right? 29 lakh crore, 30 lakh crore, etc. So you have a total expenditure of 45 lakh crore. I'll write it here. You have a total expenditure of 45 lakh crore rupees, but you are able to collect only around, let's say, 28 lakh crore rupees. Now tell me, what will you do? What will you do? You'll simply borrow from the market. And that market borrowings is nothing but fiscal deficit. Any problem in understanding this? Any problem, please do let me know. Right? This market borrowings that you will do. Again, when you say market borrowings, are you borrowing from RBI? Let me know. When I write the term market borrowings here, does it mean that you are borrowing from RBI? No, you are not borrowing from RBI. You are borrowing from either the domestic market or the international market. Whatever sources, you are borrowing, but not from RBI. Because if you borrow from RBI, that will become monetized deficit. Right, so non-debt creating receipts are worth, let's say, 28 lakh crore. Your total expenditure is 45 lakh crore. What do you do now? You will simply borrow from the market. That market borrowings is called as fiscal deficit. Right, market borrowings is nothing but fiscal deficit. Okay, now one more very important concept, primary deficit. Slightly technical, follow this carefully. Slightly technical, follow this carefully. Right, I'll write it in a separate slide so that you follow the discussion. Follow the discussion first. Primary deficit, PD. Point number 1. Would you want to collect sufficient amount of revenues this year to take care of all the expenditures for this year or not? Follow it. I'm asking you a question. Right, apply to yourself only. Would you want to earn a sufficient income? That is the income which is sufficient to take care of all the expenditures for this year or not? Answer should be yes. You should simply say yes. And if you are able to do that, right? Imagine you are the government now. If you are able to do this, what is this here? You are able to collect incomes which are sufficient to take care of all the expenditures for this year. Can I simply say your budgeting is very efficient? Your practices, your policies are very efficient. Right? Does it make sense or not? Right? So that is point number 1. Point number 2. Right? Point number 2. You have taken a loan, let's say in 2020. You have taken a loan back in the year 2020. And you are paying certain amount of money, that is interest on the loan this year. Is it okay? You have taken a loan in the 2020. So annually you will keep on, right? You will keep on paying interest. So even this year, will you pay interest? Right? Is the logic okay? You will basically pay interest even in this year. Right? Any problem with this? Sir, does the government pay interest every year? Please look at the picture here. Please look at the picture here. Right? Is there interest payment for the next year? Is there an interest payment in the next year? Of course, yes. So government has taken loans in the past, but on the loans taken in the past, not in this year, loans taken in the past, government is paying interest in this year. Right? That is point number 2. Let me go to point number 3. Now come to this financial year. Let's say financial year 23. You are spending money, you are collecting money. You are spending money, you are collecting money. Is it okay if I say if you're spending 100 rupees, you should be able to collect 100 rupees in the form of non-debt creating receipts. I hope you understand. If your expenditure is 100 rupees and your non-debt creating receipts are 100 rupees, what will be the fiscal deficit? What will be the fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit will be 0. All of you will agree? Fiscal deficit will be 0. Can I simply say this is the best case scenario? Let me know. Right? Can I simply say this is a very good scenario for India? And if we are able to achieve this, it simply means government finances are very, very strong. Government is able to generate sufficient amount of revenues to take care of expenditures for the current year. But this is not the situation. Fact is, no, this is not the situation. We do not have fiscal deficit is equal to 0. We have a fiscal deficit. Now focus on this point, understand it. Once you understand it, becomes easy. Focus. Let's say you have borrowed 50 rupees. Let's say you have borrowed 50 rupees this year. Fiscal deficit. I'll give you 2 examples. Follow this carefully. Example 1. You have borrowed 50 rupees. Out of 50 rupees, you're using 40 rupees to pay interest. Out of 50 rupees, you're using 40 rupees to pay interest, and you're using 10 rupees to spend a certain amount of money in the current year. I hope you understand. If you're borrowing 50 rupees, 10 rupee it is because of expenditures for this year. 40 rupees it is to pay interest on the previous year loan. Second example, you are borrowing 50 rupees. Out of that, you are using only 10 rupees to pay interest. Your liability is 10 rupee, that is the interest payment. But the remaining 40 rupees, you are using it to spend in the current year. You are using in the current year. Now, please do not focus on this 10 rupee and 40 rupee. Don't focus on that. Listen to what I say. Can I simply say, between example 1 and example 2, the money that is borrowed by the government, in example 1, only a small part of it is used for taking care of expenditures this year. I'll repeat the statement. In example 1, government has borrowed money, but only a part of it, right? Only a part of it is used by the government to take care of expenditures in the current year. Come to example 2. Government has borrowed money, but most of it is used for taking care of current year's expenditure. Most of it is used for current year's expenditure. What is the inference now? Do not write it. You are mistaken. Follow the discussion. What is the inference? What you should understand? Can I simply say, when we have example 1, government finances in the current year. I'll repeat. When you look at the example 1, government finances in the current year are more stronger compared to example 2. Right? Again, I'll repeat it. Understand this. Right? You are looking at example 1 and example 2. In example 1, you have borrowed 50, but only 10 rupees you have used to take care of current year expenditure. In example 2, you have borrowed 50 rupees, but out of that 40 rupees, you are using it to take care of current year expenditure. You tell me, if this is, let's say 2022, example 1 is 2022 and example 2 is 2023, where do you think finances of the government in that year were stronger? Where do you think finances of the government in that year were stronger? It will be example 1. Please understand, most of you are wrong. It is example 1. Why? Focus on this. Your expenditure is 100 rupees. Your expenditure is 100. Your non-debt creating receipts are 90 rupees. Can I say because of this you will borrow, right? You are borrowing 50, but out of that 10 rupees used for this case. Any problem with this? Any problem with this? Let me know. Your expenditure is 100, but your non-debt creating receipts is, let's say, right, again, right, when I say expenditure, do not count interest here. Do not count interest receipt, right? I'm sorry, interest payment, do not count it, remove it. So have a look at this. Total expenditure, except, that is excluding interest payment, it is 100 rupees. Sir, why are you excluding interest payment? Tell me, the interest payment you are doing, is it not related to loans taken in the past or not? Follow this. Why I am removing the payment, interest payment here? Why am I removing interest payment from the expenditure? Is it not because that you have taken a loan in the past, you are paying interest this year? Is it related to any other expenditure for this year? You are spending road. Is the interest payment for that? No. You are constructing port. Is the interest related to that? No. So have a look at this. Have a look at this. You are spending 100 rupee excluding interest, but your non-debt creating receipt is how much? 90 rupee. This is, let's say, example 1, or let's say example 3. I'll give you one more example. Example 4. Your expenditure excluding interest is 100 rupee, but your income is 60 rupee. Does it not fit into this? Let me know. Your expenditure including interest is 100 rupee, but your income in that year is 60. Now look at example 3 and example 4. Look at example 3 and example 4. In which year do you think finances of the government were stronger? In which year do you think finances of the government were much, much better? All of you will agree, example 3? Any difficulty now? Any difficulty? Example 3. Right, so that's the reason. Have a look at this. There is a fiscal deficit. Follow this argument now. There is a fiscal deficit. But now I want to find out how much of the borrowings am I using to take care of current year expenditure? How much of the borrowing is for interest payment on the loans taken in the past? Right? If most of the borrowing, right, let's say if most of the borrowing, I will use it for taking care of current year expenditure, it simply means I'm not able to generate sufficient revenues. Is it okay? If most of the fiscal deficit, if you are going to use it to take care of current year expenditure, then your finances are not strong enough. Your revenues are not sufficient. Right? But what about on the other hand? You have borrowed, but most of the borrowings, you will use it for payment of the loans, that is interest payment on the loans taken in the past. This amount has nothing to do with your expenditures in the current year. Right? That is basically the reason why we say, right, look at this. Most of the borrowings should be, right, this borrowing should not be used for taking care of current year's expenditure. Right? Again, right, how is it better? Have a look at it. Have a look at this. Primary deficit is equal to fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Primary deficit, that is PD, is equal to FD minus interest payment. Now can I simply say, if PD reduces, if PD goes down, it is good for India. Let me know. If PD reduces, if PD goes down, it is good for India. Why? You're borrowing money, right? But most of the borrowings that you have done, it is going towards payment of interest. Very small part of it, it is moving towards, or it is being used for taking care of current year's expenditure. Right? That is basically the idea of a primary deficit. Books will not give you all of this. Trust me. Many of you will ask me, sir, this is given in the book, you're not discussing. Right? These concepts are not given in the book. You should understand the logic behind it. Right? If the PD reduces, now what if I say PD is equal to 0? Let me know. What if I say PD is equal to 0? Primary deficit is equal to 0. What does it mean? Whatever you are borrowing, 10 rupee, 20 rupee, 30 rupee, 40 rupee, doesn't matter. Whatever you are borrowing, it is only used for interest payment. Means you are constructing road this year. You are not borrowing for that. I hope you understand. You are constructing road this year. You are not borrowing for that. You are launching schemes this year. You are not borrowing for that. You are providing pension. You are not borrowing for that. Don't you think this is a very, very good scenario for Indian government? I hope you understand. Don't you think this is a very, very good scenario for the government? Because whatever expenditure you are incurring this year, for all of these expenditures, you have sufficient amount of income. Is it okay? Right? Whatever expenditures you are incurring this year, for all of it, you have sufficient amount of income. Right? That is the meaning of having a primary deficit is equal to 0. Right? So have a look at this. PD should reduce. PD should go down. Please look at the picture here. PD should go down as the PD of Indian economy kept on decreasing in various years before the pandemic. In various years before the pandemic, PD was declining. But after the pandemic hit Indian economy, all the deficits increased. Now again, all the deficits are decreasing. All these deficits are decreasing. Okay? So these are the different deficits. Please be very careful. Please be very careful. Okay? So these are the different types of deficit trends. Should you by heart all the deficit numbers? Right? Many of you are asking me, sir, should I by heart all the deficit numbers? Absolutely no. Not needed. Do not by heart the numbers. But UPSC can ask you a trend-based question. For example, have a look at this. The fiscal deficit of Indian government has consistently increased in the last 5 years. Look at the graph. By the way, graph is for 10 years. Right? The fiscal deficit has consistently increased for the last 5 years. No. Fiscal deficit has consistently decreased in the last 5 years. Again, answer will be no. Why? Last 5 years means you are in financial year 23. So last 5 years means financial year 18. From financial year 18, you will have to count. Just look at what has happened to all the deficits in the financial year 18, you will realize. Right? So these kind of trend-based questions can be asked by UPSC. Please be very, very careful. Okay? Please be very careful. Trend-based questions are asked by UPSC. Done? Right? So these are the various deficits. Please be very careful. One is the revenue deficit, excess of revenue expenditure compared to revenue receipts. Effective revenue deficit. In the revenue expenditure, there's a component called as GCCA. The argument is that GCCA is associated with asset. So exclude GCCA. That is effective revenue deficit. Fiscal deficit. Whatever borrowings are done by the government in 1 year, that is in this year, how much government will borrow? That is called as fiscal deficit. Next one is primary deficit. Part of the borrowing, we might use it to pay interest. Remaining, we will use it to conduct expenditure in this year. Right? What we want to do is, whatever borrowings we are doing, we want to reduce the usage of it for current year expenditure, because it simply means you are borrowing for taking care of current year expenditure, which indicates your finances are not strong. Your incomes are not strong. You are spending a lot of money. That is the meaning of higher PD. I hope you understand. That's the meaning of higher PD. So you should reduce the PD. We should reduce the PD to 0. Okay. Budget deficit. Earlier it was used. How much was the total expenditure in excess compared to the total receipts, including government, including borrowings from the market? We have discontinued it. Monetized deficit basically is a deficit where RBI will print currencies, give it to government of India to increase, right, or basically to bridge the budget deficit. We have discontinued the last two, budget as well as monetized deficit. Okay. And so these are the deficits. Please go through this, right? Budget deficits, all these deficits are important. Okay. What are the order for all as indicators of deficit? Right? Orders is there here only. Fiscal deficit is always high. Fiscal deficit is highest. Below fiscal deficit, we have revenue deficit. Below revenue deficit, we have a primary. And now below primary, we have effective revenue deficit. Okay. Next. This is the debt profile of the government. Now I'll introduce one more concept here. Follow this very carefully. One is the idea of the fiscal deficit. One is the idea of fiscal deficit. And second one is the idea of a public debt. Second one is the idea of public debt. Follow this very carefully. Many of you will get confused here. What is a fiscal deficit? Borrowings done in every year. What is the borrowing done by the government? Done by government every year or in each of the year. What is the borrowing done by the government in each of the year is called as a fiscal deficit. Can I show it here? Right. Have a look at this. What is the fiscal deficit for 21 and 22? What is the fiscal deficit for financial year 22? 15.8 lakh crore rupees. What is the fiscal deficit proposed for financial year 24? 17.8 lakh crore rupees. So whenever government will borrow in every year like this, in each of the year, whatever is the borrowing of the government, that is called as a fiscal deficit. That is point number one. Now what is this public debt then? What is this public debt? Now please understand this, carefully understand this. Imagine government of India in financial year 22 will borrow 100 crore rupees. In the financial year 23 will borrow 200 crore rupees. Now can I simply say government of India's fiscal deficit in financial year 22 was 100 crore and fiscal deficit in financial year 23 is 200 crore. But you tell me how much is the total payment that the government of India has to make now? How much is the total liability of the government of India here? Government of India has borrowed 100 crore here. Government has borrowed 200 crore here. Can I simply say total liability is 300 crore rupees? Or total payment that the government has to do from Consolidated Fund of India is 300 crore rupees. Any difficulty in this? Any difficulty in understanding this? Please do let me know now. Now, is it okay if I say fiscal deficit is calculated annually? Fiscal deficit is calculated annually, whereas public debt represents how much money is paid by the government, how much money is repaid by the government from Consolidated Fund of India. Right? Today, for example, let's say today all these bonds which were issued, all of them will mature. Right? These 100 crore bonds which were issued in fiscal 22 will mature today. Those bonds which were issued in fiscal 23 will mature today. So how much money will be paid by the government of India today? Will be 300 crore rupees. So fiscal deficit, annually how much is borrowing, right? But the public debt represents total amount of money that the government will repay after withdrawing from Consolidated Fund of India. That is public debt. Now there is one more term, total liability. Total liabilities. Total liabilities. Now you will get confused. You will simply say, sir, what is total liability? Total liability simply means public debt anyways government has to repay. Done? Total liability, public debt anyways government has to repay. Now can I simply say apart from this, we have discussed this by the way, Public Provident Fund, it is a liability of Government of India. Any difficulty here? Public Provident Fund is a liability of Government of India, right? Or let's say even Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana. Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana, it is the liability of Government of India. So have a look at this. Whenever you talk about total liabilities, apart from the public debt, there are so many other liabilities for Government of India, right? And these other liabilities are generally counted as a part of public account. Have you read about public account or not? Those who are asking me question why, how, etc. Now you tell me, have you read about public account under polity? There are three types of accounts: contingency account or contingency fund, right? Consolidated fund and public account. Now, who is responsible for the public account? Who has the liability of payment under the public account? Government of India. So when I say total liabilities of the government, can I count it as liabilities which are charged from the consolidated fund? Liabilities that are charged from consolidated fund plus all the liabilities under the public account. And for those of you who are attending the classes after polity is over, public account is basically one type of an account. There is an article in the Constitution, you will study that, don't worry, right? There is an article in the Constitution. Public account is one type of an account mentioned with the government. And the speciality about public account is that Government of India can deposit money or withdraw money and they do not require any permission of the Parliament. I hope you understand. They do not require any permission of the Parliament. Whereas in case of Consolidated Fund of India, if government wants to take out even 1 rupee, they need the approval of the Parliament. So argument is simple here. Public debt, it is charged on Consolidated Fund of India. Money is taken from Consolidated Fund and paid. But what about public account? Public account is also a responsibility of Government of India. It is also a liability of Government of India. Hence, when you say total liabilities, all these are counted. All these are counted. Have a look at this. There is one more component. I'll come to that as well. Total liabilities, they have written A plus B plus C. I've explained A to you. I've explained B to you. There is one more component, C. Extra budgetary resources. Extra budgetary resources, EBR. Focus on this. Here is the central government. Central government will announce a scheme or let's say a project. Will announce a scheme or a project. Actual money that has to be spent on the project, let's say it is right 500 crore rupees. How much is the funds that is required for the project? 500 crore rupees. But in the budget, right, in the budget, government will simply allocate 300 crore rupees. Understand this carefully. How much is the funds required? 500 crore. How much has the Government of India allocated in the budget? 300 crore. Now you tell me, is it possible to implement the project? With 300 crore rupees, is it possible to implement a project, construct a project which requires 500 crore? Obviously no. Right now, what the government will do? What the government will do is, there is an agency or an authority which is responsible for implementation of this project. Okay, there is an agency, there is an authority which is implementing the project. Central government will ask or central government will direct this authority to borrow 200 crore rupees from the market. The central government will ask the agency or the authority responsible for the project to borrow 200 crore rupees from the market. Now look at this. Central government is giving 300 crore from Consolidated Fund of India. The authority will bring 200 crore rupees by borrowing from the market. Do we have 500 crore rupees to implement the project? Let me know. Do we have, right, 500 crore rupees to construct the project, implement the scheme, etc.? Answer is yes. But don't you think out of 500, only 300 has come from parliamentary approval? I repeat, only 300 has come from parliamentary approval. 200 crore, there is no parliamentary approval required here. Right? The reason is the 200 crore coming from Consolidated Fund of India? Think of this. Is the 200 crore coming from CFI? No, it is not coming from Consolidated Fund. Why should the government take permission of the parliament then? Right? So what has the government of India done? It has taken the permission for 300 from the parliament, and remaining 200, government of India has directed the authority to borrow from the market and spend it and develop the project. This process where parliamentary approval is not taken, but the market borrowings are done and spent, this is called as off-budget borrowings. Off-budget borrowing. Any difficulty here? This process is referred to as off-budget borrowing. Why off-budget? Off-budget means outside the budget. I hope you understand. Outside the budget. Now, many of you are asking me, why will the government do it? If the government will spend 500 crore, can its fiscal deficit go up? Think of it. Can the fiscal deficit of the government will go up? Of course, yes. So what if government wants to control the fiscal deficit but also develop infrastructure? Is it not the way to approach it? Right? Don't you think you as a government will approach, right, using the same methodology then? You will keep your fiscal deficit under control, right? But you will also spend money for development of infrastructure. But is it good? Right? This is done. Governments do it. Is it good? Is it transparent in the market? Answer is no. Why? Understand this carefully. Central government is not borrowing directly. Point number one. Central government is not borrowing directly, and because center is not borrowing directly, it is not counted as part of the fiscal deficit. Is my point okay with all of you? Because the central government is not borrowing directly, whatever is the off-budget borrowing, it is not counted as part of fiscal deficit. So government will be able to control its fiscal deficit this year. But what about interest payment? What about interest payment? Government will pay the interest. Government has to allocate the interest next year. What about a principal amount payment? Government in the future will repay this 200 crore. Is it okay? Government in the future will repay this 200 crore. So understand this carefully. It's simply meaning we are not counting it as part of the fiscal deficit, but in the future we are going to repay the loan. It is basically an accounting mechanism. Right? It is basically an accounting mechanism where we are not showing it as a part of fiscal deficit. But even then, we will borrow indirectly, will spend money, and will pay interest as well as also the principal. The government itself will pay all of it. But not in this year, in the future year. And because government is not borrowing in this year, it will not be counted as a part of fiscal deficit this year. Okay, so this is a concept of off-budget borrowing. Now, simple question to you people. If this borrowing of 200 crore rupees done, who is responsible to pay it back? Whose responsibility, whose liability is it to pay this particular 200 crore rupee back? Government of India. Can I count it as a part of total liabilities now? Can I count it as a part of total liabilities? Answer is yes. Right? So extra budgetary resources. What do you mean by extra budgetary resources? All the money that is raised, collected by the government, but going beyond the budget. In the budget, it is not collected. Government will go out of the budget and raise money. That is extra budgetary resources. So total liabilities are the liabilities which are charged on Consolidated Fund of India. which are part of a public account as well as extra budgetary resources. This is the total liability. And this is the total liability of Government of India in terms of lakh crore rupees. Lakh crore rupees. Okay, again, do not by heart it. Please do not by heart it. In terms of numbers, the government liabilities are more than 80% now, both center and state. Government liabilities are more than 80% now, which is very, very high. Very, very high. We will have to reduce it. How can we reduce it? What we have done to reduce it, we'll understand it tomorrow. Tomorrow's class, we'll continue the discussion. We'll understand what is FRBM, what is Encasing Committee, then what is Finance Commission. We'll discuss that tomorrow, right? We'll take it up tomorrow, don't worry. Now, if you have any kind of questions, let me know. Let me address your questions. But in example 1, borrowings are used not in creating assets, and you said borrowings should be taken for capital expenditure. So example 1 should not be a good situation. Please understand the fact of the matter. Understand the fact of the matter. What is the fact in India today? We have a revenue deficit. Anybody disagree? We have a revenue deficit. Right? And when you have a revenue deficit, we are borrowing from the market. Now the question is, right, I'll give a very simple analogy. Imagine, right, imagine you are spending 100 rupee this year. You're spending 100 rupee. Your income should also be 100 rupee. All of you agree? Your income should also be 100 rupee. But what if I say you're spending 100 rupee, but your income is 70 rupees, which means you're borrowing 30 rupees from the market. Now, question is, when you spend 100 rupee, when you're spending 100 rupee, how much of it is on the loan that you have taken on the house? Or let's say a loan that you have taken from your friend. Right? And remaining amount is for purchasing milk, purchasing, let's say, clothes, purchasing food, etc., etc. So what I've done is that 100 rupee I've divided into two parts. One part, interest payment, because you have taken loan in the past. And remaining, let's say 70 rupees, your day-to-day expenditure. Day-to-day expenditure, or you're purchasing a vehicle, etc., etc. So now the question is, when you borrow from the market, when you basically borrow, are you using most of it to take care of your expenditures this year, or you're using most of it to pay back the loan, to pay interest? What would you prefer? What would you prefer? You will borrow and most of it you will use it for day-to-day expenditures now. That is very wrong. I hope you understand. It simply means you are spending a lot of money, but you do not have your income sources. Your incomes are very weak. Don't you think that is a bad situation for the economy? Whereas what if I say, you are borrowing, but not for your expenditure purposes, just to repay the interest, just to pay interest. What does it mean? It simply means your revenues are strong. The amount of money that you are raising, it is sufficient to take care of your expenditures this year. That is basically the idea. Okay. When government will borrow through off-budget borrowing, is there checks and balances? Earlier it was not there. We'll discuss committee recommendations tomorrow. Don't worry. Why external grant not part of government borrowings? Grant, my dear, what is grant? Is it a borrowing? Despite giving you example, you're asking me the same question. Is a grant borrowing? Grant is one-sided transfer. It doesn't create a liability. How it will become part of the borrowings? Sir, why defense is part of the revenue expenditure? Because understand this, annually in the defense budget, most of the expenditures is to take care of day-to-day activities of the defense. Right? Acquisition of assets is very, very less. Day-to-day expenditure is more there. That is the reason I've written defense on the revenue side. Why external grant not part of government borrowings? One, it is external in nature, not in the domestic market. Second, it is not adding to the asset of the government. Government doesn't own any asset here. Government doesn't own any asset here, nor is it creating a liability. How inflation as bond leads to taking of money from the market? if RBI gives money to government of India, if RBI lends money to government of India, do you think this money was there in the circulation? Think of it. We have been discussing multiple times this idea. If RBI will lend to government of India, that money, is it there in the circulation? How? You tell me how. Right? That is there with RBI. RBI is printing money, giving it to government. Right? So automatically the money supply in the economy will increase. Right? That is basically the reason. Okay. Will remittances be part of revenue receipts? What kind of remittances? Right? You tell me what kind of remittances. Because if you say remittances, I can send money to my parents. Imagine I'm sitting in USA. I'll send money to my parents. It is remittances. But you tell me what is the connection to the government of India's budget? Right? So what kind of remittances are you talking about? Can the budget be amended during execution, that is in between the year? Right? Generally, the grants are created. I hope you understand. The government creates grants. For example, supplementary grants discussion is there in the news. Please read it. Grant for capital creation is included in the revenue expenditure. It simply means you are not following the discussion. Did we not create one more type of deficit for this reason itself? Earlier, the argument was center is not directly spending, hence I'll count it as a part of revenue expenditure. Did we not create one more deficit for that? It simply shows that you don't focus on what is being discussed, focused on asking questions only. Okay. Please follow the discussions in the classroom. I would have answered it, but again you will ask the same thing multiple times. What is the point then? We are going 2 steps ahead, jumping back 3 steps. Okay. You said borrowing should be done only to create asset, but in primary deficit, we are not creating any deficit. My dear, I told you this. The market theory, right? The golden rule says that we should borrow for creation of assets. But in case of India, the fact is that we have a revenue deficit. Right? Did you not see the picture that I've shown to you? Is there a revenue deficit in India or not? Of course, yes. So when there's a revenue deficit, it simply means you're borrowing not for creation of asset, but for expenditure purposes. That's the reason I said the best case scenario that we can have in India is RD should be is equal to 0. In fact, there's a recommendation. We'll take it up tomorrow. There's a recommendation. RD should be reduced to 0%. We are struggling. We are not able to do that. Okay. Sir, what if the budget allocated in previous financial year is not utilized? Simple. The money will still remain in the consolidated fund. Okay. The money will still remain with the government only. Okay. Since quarter-wise growth of previous financial year is also revised, why it is called actuals? My dear, please understand. You will keep on collecting the data from different sources. That's the reason quarter-wise data is revised. The financial year is over. You are, let's say, in the month of January, right, 2024. Can you make changes for, right, financial year 2022? Just think of it, no? Can you change income tax data for financial year 22? If you say yes, sir, tell me how is that possible? I hope you understand. You are there in financial year 24. Can you change income tax that you have collected in financial year 22? How? You tell me, how is that possible? Because I don't see any way you can change it. You are simply assuming you are going back 2 years. In calendar, you are going back 2 years, you are becoming Avenger and you are changing. No. Right? Absolutely no. So that's the reason we'll simply say these are actuals. You cannot change it. Okay? Done. Right? Let's stop the discussion here today. Tomorrow we'll continue with the next concept, that is FRBM. Right? Most of you are asking, no. RD. Right? Have a look at this. RD should be 0%. Okay? So tomorrow we'll continue from this slide. Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Okay, so that's it from my side for today. See you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great day.